Greetings, gamers, and welcome to Gym Leader Challenge League Night here at Full Grip Games. Round 1 is getting started right now. We've got an exciting stream ahead as our Gym Leader Challenge badge race is narrowing for the 2026 season. This is week number 47. We compete week in and week out using the Gym Leader Challenge format, which is a singleton format. You can only play one of each card, except for basic energy in your deck. You can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck, so it's like monotype, like a gym leader might be, right? You go to Brock's gym and it's all rock type Pokemon. Misty's gym, it's all water type Pokemon. So decks are themed in that way, using only one type or color of Pokemon. And then, of course, there are no rule box cards allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format either. It's a very fun format. You can learn more at gymleaderchallenge.com. We've got our first round of the events getting started right now. And let's see who we've got on the feature match. Looks like it's going to be JD and Tony Saya. Mr. Anthony Saya is one of our top badge earners so far of the 2026 season with 5 badges to his name. That is just one behind our current badge leader, Alex Carpenter. And you're going to hear me refer to badges a whole lot in this stream. The badge system is a way to reward players for winning with a specific type of deck. As I mentioned earlier, Gym Leader Challenge is a mono-type format, so you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck. And when you win with that deck, then you earn a badge of that deck's color. So JD has got a fighting badge so far this year, and Tony has got 5 badges. He's got water, psychic, dragon, fighting, and colorless. The badges are very coveted because only one player earns a badge every week here. And there are only 52 weeks in a year. This is week number 47. I think this year we missed a couple of weeks because of Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's, which all fell on Thursdays. Thursday is our Gym Leader Challenge League night. And we're actually kind of rotating our schedule a bit. We're going to just start and end our seasons at the end of July from now on. So it's all going to kind of come out in the wash with that. And we're going to play this current season through the end of July. And then at the end of July, that'll be it. And whoever has the most wins with different decks will be our Gym Leader Challenge League champion for the 2026 season. Alex Carpenter, who is in the lead right now with 6 badges, is your 2024 and 2025 league champion. So he is looking like he could be a three-peat champion, which would be absolutely insane. And I know many of our players are not trying to allow that to happen. It looks like we've got grass versus colorless for round number 1. So let's get some hype going for this first match. Anthony Saya playing that chestnut grass deck that he has been working on and that has won some of our league nights actually in the last few weeks. The deck plays this new chestnut from Chaos Rising. This chestnut has got the Needly Armor ability, which says if this Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you put 3 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon for each grass energy attached to this Pokemon. It's a very powerful ability, as the recoil damage can take some extra knockouts during the game. And then it's got a beefy 180 hit points and the impound attack, which does 100 60 damage for 3 energy. Tony going first. Wow. I mean, both players. Is this standard, right? Like, Tony got the Badoo start, Buddy Buddy, and Pokepad in the opening hand. JD with an equally powerful start. Fan Rotom in the active spot. Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand. Just absolutely popping off. JD will be able to search out so much of his deck with Buddy Buddy Poffin and Fan Call. Fan Call you can only use on the first turn of the game. Allows you to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less and put them into your hand. Great for setting up, obviously. And then Buddy Buddy Poffin, great consistency card for getting those basic Pokemon out of the deck. Fan Rotom was a huge boost for colorless decks in Gym Leader Challenge format, and its Assault Landing attack puts on early pressure. We could see a turn 1 knockout from JD. Ooh, I still got the title on the top is messed up. This is not a retro tournament, chat. This is Gym Leader Challenge League Nights. Shame on you, chatters, for not not telling me. All right. This is Gym Leader Challenge League Night number 47. Bang. There we go. Beautiful. Yo, thank you, Beast Beasterson on Twitch for the heads up. Yeah. We got it right now. Got it. Gym Leader Challenge League Night number 47. We did do a retro tournament over the weekend, last weekend. Ton of fun. 2004 events won by Gardevoir with Goribus, which is a very strong deck in the 2004 format. It wasn't very popular during 2004 Worlds, but now that players have gone back and revisited the format, they have found that this is a very strong deck for the format. Yes, JD's deck is all Japanese, which is very cool. And we see he's kind of got like the most insane turn 1. He's got Fan Rotom start, Buddy Buddy Poffin start, and then Winona as the supporter for turn. Winona allows you to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon and put them into his hand. So JD has got his whole board set up. All the Pokemon that he wants are out of the deck in his hand. Notably, the Diggersby was a grab, and it looks as if JD is going to be setting up that Diggersby pretty quickly. Diggersby is a popular new Pokemon in colorless decks. Its Earthquake attack does 140 damage. Places 30 damage on all of your bench Pokemon for just 1 colorless energy. So a very efficient attack. The question is, does JD have an energy in a stadium? I do not believe he has a stadium, so I don't think he's going to get the turn 1 knockout on this Badoo. JD did kind of have everything in the opening hand except for a good energy to use and a stadium card. And Tony is actually just going to slam that reset stamp, which is a funny card to play right here because reset stamp makes it so that your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and draws a card for each of their remaining prize cards. And Tony is just going to play that card and set JD's hand to 6 random cards instead of all of the Pokemon that he searched out this previous turn. So that is an interesting time to use it. I think it's a good time to use it as well. Try to just limit what JD is able to do this next turn, making it so that he can't just pop off with all the Pokemon that he had grabbed the turn previous. Now, Tony has got Rare Candy into Beautifly. Beautifly can use that Stoked Straw ability to fill the hand up to 6. And has got a Tropius on the bench, ready to, rally back. I gotta get this Tropius downloaded. I can't believe I don't have it downloaded yet. My overlay is constantly evolving. as I am the caster and producer of these Gym Leader Challenge events. Yes, Rally Back is the name. I'm always kind of updating the overlay. Our Gym Leader Challenge League players always end up finding new cards to bring. This Tropius was released in Evolving Skies in 2021. And just funny enough, it's kind of a popular card in these grass GLC decks. Currently, it hasn't always been. Like the Rillasaur variants didn't really play this card. You could just like power up better guys easier, but this new version of grass is only playing Cherim to accelerate energy into play and having just a really efficient option to do 120 damage. Just super good. Wow. And JD has to just put his entire hand on the bottom of the deck with Skwovet, Nest Dash. That's how bad the hand is. Unreal. And JD is just going in. Dodrio does 30 damage, places a damage counter on itself for just one colorless energy, and will get a prize. And that's just how clutch that reset stamp was for Tony. And I have to imagine, it looks like the Bibarel was prized. So JD did not set up Bidoof because Bibarel was prized. But look who that is off of the first prize card. It's Bibarel. And now Bidoof is not in play to help JD draw out of this. Now, I think this is a new add to this grass deck as we see Tony using Le Parfum to get Roserade, or not Roserade, using Roserade's Le Parfum ability to go get Rosa out of the deck. Rosa, definitely an interesting supporter card to see play. It is one of those responsive supporters that can only be played, like a reactive supporter, can only be played if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during the previous turn. And you get to search your deck for a Pokemon, a trainer card, and a basic energy and put them into your hand. And it looks like that is just what Tony needed after that quick knockout from JD. Rosa able to help set up this board. Grottle, it's got the Sun-Drenched Shell ability, which can continue searching out Pokemon once during a turn. Search your deck for a grass Pokemon, put it into your hand, and then, of course, Grottle evolves into Torterra, one of the strongest Pokemon in the grass pool, with its Evo Press attack doing 50 damage for each of your evolution Pokemon in play. And we can see this deck is just chock full of evolution Pokemon. Tony equipping the grass energy to the Grottle, and honestly, Tropius is going to just take out this Doduo. I mean, Tony's already got the 2 energy on the Tropius just from manual attachments. And Tropius is going to trade very easily with Doduo. Rally back for 120 damage. Now the pressure is on JD to find something new. Does get the energy back because it is a recycle energy. And I can't see what that top deck was. I think has, Cypher Maniac. So JD does have something he could do. He can Cypher Maniac and stack his deck and then use Skwovet's Nest Dash ability to draw into the exact combination of cards that he wants to find. That is pretty interesting. So I think that's probably what we're going to see. I'm wondering if JD is playing a Rangaroo, or if he's prized it. He definitely wants to get a draw of some type set up. And it looks like JD is stacking teammates. Okay, so I see the play here. JD is actually going to stack Diggersby on top and then teammates after Diggersby. So JD will take this return knockout with the Diggersby. The Recycle Energy came back to hand. And then Diggersby will Earthquake for 140 damage to knock out this Tropius. But JD needs a lot more going on than that. So there's the Cypher Maniac. Energy to the Bunnelby. Nest Stash will put the hand on the bottom of the deck. Get one card. It is Diggersby. And then he retreats and Earthquake for 140 damage. And deal 30 damage to all of your own bench Pokemon. Now, that actually is a pretty cool combination because you've got the Pidove on the bench. And the Pidove has, or Pidove, or whatever, Pidove, has this Emergency Evolution ability, one string a turn. If this Pokemon's remaining HP is 30 or less, you may search your deck for an Unpheasant and put it directly onto Pidove. Love that little combination there. That is something that JD will certainly be looking to do in the upcoming turns. Thank you so much, Snow Catco, for that Prime sub to kick off the stream. And hey, Tony, with the sub as well. I really appreciate that over on Twitch. Thank you all so much for the supports. Now, Tony continuing to set up his board, obviously having the Beautifly online is just huge for the deck's consistency right now. Being able to use that Stoke Straw ability. You know JD wishes he had his equivalent, Bibarel, in order to do the same. And now Tony is looking like he's going to be going in with Torterra for the knockouts this turn. Has also set up Cherim with its Spring Bloom ability, which allows Tony to attach as many grass energy from his hand to his Pokemon as he wants during his turn. Having this ability on a stage 1 is absolutely incredible. It is the only type that has this ability on a stage 1. Yes, there is Frostlass in the water pool of cards, but Frostlass can only attach energy from the hand to a benched Pokemon, where Cherim can attach anywhere on the board. So it is the strongest Rain Dancer in the format. A very key part of this deck's strategy as we see Tony getting another energy onto Quilladin on the bench. And this is kind of what this grass deck does best. Throws a 190 hit point Torterra into the active spot. And there's a Rangaroo. 190 hit point Pokemon in the active spots. JD had stacked this teammates the turn previous, and I'm wondering if JD prized both Bidoof and Oranguru. That's really tough. We see JD going for the triple acceleration energy or ignition energy or whatever, and the muscle band. So he's going to get this return knockout as Unpheasant does 180 damage with its Boundless Power attack. So with that ignition energy, obviously we saw JD use the emergency evolution on Pidove. Has got ignition, and now with the Rangaroo, does have some draw power available to him. Oranguru has got the Instruct ability, which allows you to fill your hand to 3 cards once during your turn. And then with Squovit, you can always put a hand on the bottom of the deck and then use Oranguru to refill the hand. So keep in mind, JD is winning this game. I mean, his board is underdeveloped, but JD is in the lead right now. Up 3 prizes to Tony's 4 with a Boundless Power for 200 damage. If Tony can get Chestnut into play here, that will be huge. A Chestnut attack would take the knockouts on this Unpheasants. And Tony has the Turffield Stadium to go get Chestnut out of the deck. And we'll play Super Rod. I think probably puts some grass energy back into the deck. I'm wondering if Tony has the out to the grass energy he needs to use Impound. Just needs 2 grass energy to accelerate onto the Chestnuts. Does he have any of those in hand right now is my question. I have to imagine that Tony may have it guaranteed if he's being so casual about putting grass energy back into the deck. I feel like if you're relying on trying to draw into them with Beautifly, you may opt to do just all 3 grass energy, right? But he does have Verse Seeker, so he can use Versus Seeker to go get Rosa. Rosa guarantees an energy. And how much mileage is Tony getting out of this Rosa this game? As he can go get a Pokemon, a grass energy, and a trainer card. As Rosa has been very good. Earthen Vessel can go get more grass energy. Perfect there. What's up, Josh Frink in the YouTube chat? How you doing? How you doing? Tony kind of weighing where to put these extra energy, but does have the response with Chestnut, which is going to be huge. And committing a 4th energy to the Chestnut before using a huge Beautifly Stoke Straw to fill the hands. A 4 energy Chestnut. It's going to be doling out 120 damage worth of recoil with that Needly armor if it takes a hit. I'm chilling. Having a great time watching some GLC. Went for a 6-mile run today, actually, in the heat wave. Do not recommend that. That was I was a little worried that Natalie was going to have to come find me somewhere on the pavement, scrape me up, and take me home. But we survived. Feeling good. Now JD's got his work cut out for him with this response. He's been able to go tit for tat so far in this game, but now I fear that the Chestnuts is going to be too tough to deal with, and this is going to be where JD potentially falls behind in this game. And this is just such a powerful thing for Tony to be able to just throw in the active spot, right? Chestnut, 180 hit points. I mean, we saw JD had to use the Unpheasants in order to respond to the Torterra. I mean, JD had the instant KO on Torterra. Wow, JD actually prized Bidoof and Bibarel this game, and Oranguru. So this game has been kind of chalked for JD from the jump. I didn't realize he prized all 3 of those. That's insane. But yeah, I think that JD might be a little gassed out, just trying to figure out, what do I do to respond to this? This is a point where, like, Hops Cramorant with Snorlax and a Hops Choice Band. Like, you want that, right? With, like, a powerful colorless energy. Hops Cramorant would be perfect right now. JD just doesn't have it. The Hops Cramorant does base 120 damage with Fickle Spitting. Obviously activated because Tony's on 3 prizes. Powerful colorless energy, put that up to 140. Hops Choice Band, put that up to 170. Hops Snorlax would put that at 200. So it is possible. And of course, if you're playing the stadium, then you don't even need all of those buffs because you could put the stadium in there for one of them as well, the post-wick. Just not sure if JD plays it. And the absolutely terrifying thing is that any Pokemon that attacks this Chestnut is going to get knocked out, right? Like, Cramorant would get knocked out. You can't two-hit KO the Chestnut because if you try to two-hit KO this Chestnut, then you're going to lose 2 Pokemon from recoil, right? Like, imagine going up and being like, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to soften up this Chestnut with Fan Rotom. Okay, that's a free prize for Tony. And then I'm going to finish it off with Hops Cramorant. That's a free prize for Tony. So it's a game-losing situation. Getting the Chestnut loaded up and activated is such a powerful board state. And making it so that decks just can't really effectively 2-hit KO it. You have to have that one-hit KO. And then even if you do have a one-hit KO, Chestnut can still go 2 for 1 if it takes a knockout when it comes into play, and then takes another knockout with the recoil when it gets knocked out. I mean, it's just such an insane card. And then, as kind of the finale of the deck, you've got the Hazardous Greed Wo-Chien, 130 hit point Pokemon with the Hazardous Greed attack, does 20 damage. But if there are 3 or fewer cards in your deck, the attack also does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So, very easy to get to the bottom of your deck with Beautifly drawing up to 6 every turn. And then you can just snipe 2 targets on your opponent's bench to finish the game off. And we see JD is finally got some draw power going. All these powerful draw cards that he prized. The Bibarel, the Oranguru. It's all finally here. A little confused as to why JD is not playing that town map before using Industrious Incisors. I'm wondering, is there something that he wanted to do with it? Maybe he has Guzma and Hala. I mean, I think Guzma and Hala is what you need to play, right? Guzma and Hala can go get the Hops Choice Band, right? And Parallel. And this is about as good as it gets for JD, right? He's going in with the Hops Snorlax to take this one-hit KO. Dynamic Press. Base 140 damage, plus the 30 from the extra helpings. That's 170, plus the 30 from Hops Choice Band. That's 200, minus 20 for the double turbo energy. That's 180 damage. Parallel City is going to do a number on Tony's board as he's forced to discard 2 Pokemon. The Roserade, not really a bad thing to have to discard. Tropius, that's fine. You've got Wo-Chien on the bench ready to go. And then the saddest thing is that JD is just going to get return KO'd by the Chestnut because Dynamic Press does 80 damage to itself plus the 120 damage recoil. And that Snorlax is going down. Now all Tony needs, a couple of energy, and he'll be able to attack with Wo-Chien. Wo-Chien does actually have a second attack. Entangling Whip does 130 damage for 3. And the Wo-Chien already has a Muscle Band on it too. So that would be doing 150 damage. Raihan to the Wo-Chien, and this is going to be game. So we see Tony has another energy and can just use Entangling Whip for the win. Tony notching that first dub of GLC League Night here at Full Grip Games in Akron, Ohio. Tough one there for JD. His prizes were pretty brutal. Very key of Tony to recognize that JD had amassed all of these Pokemon in his opening hand with supporters and Fang Call. Used Winona to search out 3 evolution Pokemon for the following turn. Tony having the perfect response with the reset stamp to set JD's hand back to just 6 random cards. JD was still able to trade for the first half of the game, but did eventually lose some steam because of those bad prizes. So GG's there. Tony putting on a clinic with the Chestnut Grass deck. He has top forward with this deck multiple times, and I'm sure is very much wanting to finally get that win. This Grass deck has won one of our GLC League nights, so it is doable. He can get it done. And then if Tony wins this one, he would pull up into a tie with Alex Carpenter, both at 6 badges. Couple of Full Grip Game employees in the house tonight. We got Chase Juicy here, rocking his, is that the metal deck? Metal deck, yeah. Against Fran playing Fighting. And I think I saw Cole Stellato out here as well. Zach Pra in the house. Mr. Ben Morse, of course. Tyler Price is here. Players are getting geared up for the Pitch Black 6K doubleheader. It's coming up quick, folks. Coming up real quick. The Pitch Black release weekend doubleheader, July 18th and 19th. Standard is sold out. That is like 150 seats have been sold for our standard event. If you had planned on making the trip out to the 6K and missed registration, you can go on to fullgripgames.com and wish list the registration. And by putting it on your wish list, when registration gets restocked, i.e. if somebody cancels their registration, which happens, that happens, right? Like things come up, people cancel and want refunds, right? Then anytime somebody cancels their registration for the event, a new seat will be added. So if you have a wish list on that registration, you'll get notified via email as soon as somebody offers their spot up. And then, of course, the Gym Leader Challenge 3K is happening Sunday, July 19th. We've got somewhere in the ballpark of 90 players registered so far. Really looking to get over 100. That would be awesome. Psychic has been a dominant force at our last few 3Ks, winning an unprecedented 3 back-to-back-to-back. It has been quite the sight to behold. The Not Too Blindside deck has been very good, but Fighting has also been showing up. Water, metal decks, grass decks, all up there with top 8 finishes, giving Psychic a run for its money. I'm excited to see, with such a developed metagame at this point, is there anything that players can come up with to counter those top decks? We'll see on Sunday, July 19th for the GLC 3K. We've also got a midnight pre-release coming up this Friday night at midnight, so I'm going to be up late streaming the Pitch Black pre-release here at Full Grip. That's going to be a lot of fun. Always love doing that, seeing what people pull. And we're going to be doing that tomorrow night at midnight. So if you're a late night stream enjoyer, I'll be live starting probably at like 11:30, 11:45. It's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to join us. Then, of course, standard players that finish in the top 8 of any of our cash release weekend tournaments get an invite to the Full Grip Games first ever $5,000 Invitational. This is going to be held the week before Worlds in August. It's going to give a really good sneak peek into the Worlds meta. I think that the Pitch Black 3K and the Full Grip 5K Invitational are going to be really cool events, as there's not any championship point awarding events happening in these couple months leading up to the World Championships. And this is an awesome opportunity for players to see what some other top players have cooked up and are testing for the new pitch black formats. We just had the Indonesian championships happen, which saw Festival Lead win. And Festival Lead is actually showing up as kind of like a dominant force, at least at the Indonesian championships, with the help of the new Gladian supporter, which makes it so that your Pokemon, your non-rule box Pokemon, do 80 more damage the turn you play the Gladian, but the Gladian has to be the last card in your hand. So with Secret Box in these Festival Lead decks, it's pretty easy. Whittle your hand down to just a single card, play the Gladian, and then your Festival League guy who attacks twice is doing like 180 damage twice. I mean, that's knocking out almost everything. So, very cool stuff for sure coming up in the months ahead here at Full Grip Games. Of course, shopping at Full Grip directly supports the content that I create here on Tricky Jim. Selling cards to Full Grip Games Online supports this content as well. And of course, this weekend we've got a huge 4th of July sale happening at Full Grip Games. Also, 15% off everything site-wide starting July 4th. Happy birthday, America. You can get 15% off your Pokemon cards at fullgripgames.com. Free shipping on any singles order over $100 and any sealed product order over $150. Correct. Mark your calendars, July 4th, Full Grip sale. Yes, we are waiting for round number 2 now. As players are finishing up round number 1 here at GLC League Night. Looks like it's absolutely a 5-rounder, as there are certainly over 16 players in the room. There are 27. Wow. That is great turnout tonight. 27 players for GLC League Nights this evening. That is awesome to see. You love to see it. We've also got a Gym Leader Challenge Invitational coming up in August as well. I think it is the same weekend as the 5K Invitational. But in order to qualify for our Gym Leader Challenge Invitational, it's kind of like a locals invitational, like a season celebration, if you will. In order to qualify, you don't have to be a local. I mean, really. You could live anywhere, but in order to qualify, you have to have won one of our Gym Leader Challenge League nights. So you have to win one of the nights that I'm streaming right now. So any player with a badge for the 2026 season gets an invite to our Gym Leader Challenge Invitational. Alex Carpenter won last year, which is insane. The first ever invitational that we did, Alex Carpenter not only won the entire year with the most badges, but then also won the invite, which is crazy. Alex Carpenter has won 3 straight Gym Leader Challenge League championships at Full Grip Games, 2024, 2025. Has not won the 3rd one yet. Okay, yes. He's not actually won the 3rd yet. He's won 2 straight. Sorry, a little ahead of myself. He might lose this year. It's possible. And then won the first ever GLC Invitational last year as well. So it has some insane accolades. But don't ask him how he's placed at any of our Gym Leader Challenge 3Ks. He hasn't top-8'd one yet. So that is certainly something that he's going to be looking to try and get off his back here in July, as he is one of the most accomplished players in Gym Leader Challenge as far as our local league goes, but has not been able to convert that to a good showing at our Gym Leader Challenge League nights. He has started to play a little bit of Standard lately as well, which I think makes you like a much better Pokemon player when you kind of like spread out into different formats. You get to see the game differently, right? Get to see the game from different perspectives. So I think if you're a Gym Leader Challenge player, playing Standard will help make you a better Gym Leader Challenge player. And I think if you're a Standard player, playing Gym Leader Challenge will help make you a better Standard player. You know, playing Retro makes you better just at the game in general, right? So I was happy to see Alex branching out into some Standard. He won a League Cup, actually. So certainly a competent Standard player. And, yeah, Tony really wants it. He really wants to catch up to Alex. You can see it. He's been pretty dedicated here on his grind, trying to close this gap between he and Alex Carpenter this season. But we've got a bunch of other players sitting at 4. Hunter, Ben, Chase, all sitting at 4 badges. We've got, let's see, how many weeks left? We've got this one. It's July. This is the last month. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more league nights. So it is possible for your, 4 badge havers to catch up. It's even possible for Dylan. I mean, he'd have to win 3 of the final 5, which would be absolutely insane. It's pretty tough. I mean, winning these tournaments is tough. Winning our Gym Leader Challenge League nights is tough. Attendance is regularly over 20 players, right? And it's single game. I mean, they're structured like a league challenge. It's single game, no top cut, right? So winning these things is hard. It is really hard, which is why it's so dang impressive that Alex Carpenter has been able to win 2 years in a row, because it's crazy. There's like variance, of course. And then you also like have to be very proficient with many different strategies. It's just not very easy to do. So, obviously, an incredible accomplishment of Alex to be in the lead and having won the previous years. Oh, let's talk about the new cards. Yeah, new cards from the 30th anniversary. Sure. And their potential impact on Gym Leader Challenge. Let's talk. Mega and Mega Parade trademark filed for Pokemon TCG Japan's high-class pack set. Could be like the December set. 30th anniversary products rights. I mean, this Articuno is like a kind of a... Is it an upgrade on Glaciate Kyurem? I mean, you could hypothetically play a water spread deck with this Articuno and Glaciate Kyurem, which is pretty interesting. Does 30 to everything for 3 energy. And the Kyurem from Noble Victories. That is an old Kyurem. This card is quite the shout. I mean, we're scrolling, dude. We're scrolling all the way back to this guy. Is Grass a high-tier archetype with Chestnut now? That's what people are, like, arguing about that currently, Josh. I would say that is, like, a point of contention in the GLC community is the Grass deck real or not? I mean, Chase won with it, right? And I think the Grass deck also won a Turbo Blaze Locals, or I shouldn't call it a Locals, but a Turbo Blaze Weekly. One of their online weekly tournaments. I think Grass just won their most previous weekly tournaments. Chase won one of our weekly tournaments with this. Alex Carpenter, or not Alex Carpenter, Tony got second one week with it. It's certainly good. It is good, right? But I think the question is how good is it? And that's what people are literally, you're watching it unfold live. People are literally trying to figure out how good is it. But it's clearly pretty good. It's winning local level tournaments consistently at this point in various meta games. And that's what people are coming in reporting in the Discord that hey, I took this Grass deck and won one of my locals lately, right? So pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's doing things, right? you've got people who believe in it, and you've got people who are kind of not believing in it. So very much up for debates. I personally think the deck is really sick. I think it's quite good. It seems to have all the things that you need in order to make it operate consistently. It's got the Gladian to help dig key pieces out of the prize cards. You've got a lot of explosive evolution options. And I think the list is still young, right? This list is still being developed. We saw Tony is playing Rosa today. That's a new development. Having the option for early item lock is also quite good. So it's interesting. I'm definitely stoked to see how it goes, right? This Alolan Executor, I know people are kind of stoked about this. Alolan Executor, 150 hit point stage 1. Got the scale up ability. If this Pokemon has 6 or more grass energy attached, it gets plus 250 hit points. Yeah, amazing artwork. Mega Drain does 150 damage and heals 50? All right, so like the thing about this Alolan Executor is that you can play like Meganium, right? And then if you have 3 energy on this thing with Meganium, then that's all you need, right? So you could hypothetically build this like big boys grass deck where you've got, who's the other guy? Bramblegast. You play Bramblegast, right? Whose Resilient Soul makes it get plus 50 hit points for each prize card your opponent has taken. Play Bramblegast, play Alolan Executor, play Torterra, and just make your guys really play like Meganium and play Cherim or something. And just make your guys like unreasonably large, right? Obviously, this is the, Hex Maniac is a very good card. A lot of decks are going to be playing Hex Maniac, but like forcing your opponent to have, as we've seen with the Chestnut, like forcing your opponent to have Hex Maniac on that turn is a hard thing to do. It's a singleton format, right? Forcing your opponent to have the Hex on the turn that they need it, especially forcing your opponent to have Hex multiple turns in order to deal with like multiple large guys, kind of tough. Josh asking, is there any reason that the deck wouldn't play Luxurious Cape? I mean, the argument is that you just don't really need it, and many decks are playing Field Blower. Like, almost everybody's playing Field Blower. So if you put Luxurious Cape in your deck, that's a one-of tool card that's kind of just going to get targeted by Field Blower. And the issue is that like Torterra and Chestnut are kind of like outside that one-hit KO realm, especially with the growing grass energy. Getting up to like 210 hit points or 200 hit points respectively is kind of outside the one-hit KO realm for almost everything. But the second you put a Luxurious Cape on either of them, they're getting 2-hit KO'd by almost everything. So then the better play is to force your opponent to try and 2-hit KO a Pokemon that gives up 1 prize rather than your opponent 2-hit KOing a Pokemon that gives up 2 prizes, right? And then not only that, but like defensive tool cards are just kind of out of vogue right now because of the fact that Field Blower is so hot and like lots of people play Field Blower. So that's another thing. Like the GLC metagame is kind of like always evolving and always shifting in that way. The more people play Field Blower, the less good the HP boosting tools are. If people start to get a little greedy and cut Field Blower, then the HP boosting tools become really good again. Let's go. Round number 2. We've got Water and Fighting. Taylor Lyle on the left. I think Taylor's from like the Pittsburgh area. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure. think I played against Taylor in the finals of the League Cup. I played it like a couple weeks ago. I'm pretty sure they're from like the Pittsburgh area. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then, so we've got Taylor Lyle on the left and Mason Sprickman on the right. I think this is my first time commentating over both these players for GLC League, so welcome. Thanks for being here. Hash Brown Jones says the chairs are looking clean. Appreciate that. Thank you. Really excited about these new chairs. We've also got a round clock set up in the tournament hall so that all the players in the tournament hall can see the time left in a round. Also, big thank you to J Strike over on Twitch. Yeah, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. We love the 2004 VOD last weekend. When's the next EX Era Retro? We've got the retro schedule up on fullgripgames.com now, and as we create events, we always, kind of put them up on fullgripgames.com as we know what our next event is going to be. And let's get into it. Round number 2. 5 rounds here. GLC League nights, we've got Taylor opening the Wishy Washy. Wishy Washy, that is a big boy. Big boy indeed. 180 hit points. Love the art rare of it too, that Taylor has in the active spots. 180 hit point basic Pokemon, about as big as it gets for basic Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge formats. It's got the Hydro Splash attack, does 130 damage, and the Scatter ability, which says if it has any damage counters on it at the beginning of your turn, flip a coin. If tails, shuffle it, and all cards into your deck. So it kind of runs away. That's the gimmick with the Wishy Washy. Yo, and it looks like Mason is playing a fighting deck with the fossils in it, which is very cool. The Tyrantrum has been a very popular choice with fossil enthusiasts. The Tyrantrum can have like 300 hit points, 330 HP if it's got a special energy attached to it. So some really big guys coming to Gym Leader Challenge formats lately. Capture energy onto the Wishy Washy. Great way to get started. This might be maybe an iteration of the Hydro Pump list that Kevin Baxter played to a top 8 finish at, oh, it looks like, did I see a Tortuga in there? Are there 2 fossil Pokemon? Maybe not. I just know that Kevin's list was a water list that played Capture Energy. So that's kind of why I'm making that assumption. But I guess I'll have to wait to see from Taylor. The Capture Energy has been very good in our testing in the water deck. Hydro Pump is one of those decks that has just always been good in Gym Leader Challenge. Since the inception of GLC 5 years ago, and we're coming up on Gym Leader Challenge's 5th anniversary. We started playing Gym Leader Challenge here on Tricky Gym in the summer of 2021, July 2021. So Gym Leader Challenge is almost 5 years old. And in those 5 years, Hydro Pump has stayed good the whole time. I mean, really, it just keeps getting incremental buffs, one after the other. And one of those buffs was when Baxcalibur was released. Baxcalibur was kind of a straight upgrade on Deluge Blastoise from Boundaries Crossed, as it's got 20 more hit points. It does more damage with the Buster Tail attack. Though you don't get to play the cool Squirtle from Boundaries Crossed with Bench Barrier built in. Certainly unfortunate. And Mason has got Lily's Determination to go to 8 cards. Has got the Binacle in the active spot. Binacle is very good. It evolves into Barbaracle. That's not Barbaracle. That's just the other guy on my overlay with too many arms. Barbaracle is here. It's the other guy with 4 arms. Barbaracle has the Stone Arms ability, which allows you to attach a fighting energy from your hand to one of your fighting Pokemon during your turn, so it can help you to get those extra energy into play, most notably for powering up Okidogi, who's one of the biggest, baddest Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge formats with the Adrena Power ability. If there any dark energy attached to Okidogi, it gets plus 100 hit points, and its attack does plus 100 damage. So you can attach a fighting energy from hand to Okidogi, then attach Rainbow from hand for turn, and bam, you've got a 230 hit point basic Pokemon swinging for 170 damage. Pretty good. But then Binacle also has the double draw attack, which just draws 2 cards. So if Mason finds himself in a position where he's trying to set up a little bit more, he could just do that, and that's what he's going to do. Hit the double draw, draw 2. And look out for Mason, because Mason has got Rare Candy Pokepad in hand. Rare Candy Pokepad. And with Rare Candy Pokepad, Mason can actually evolve either of these fossils on the bench into Tyrantrum. And this is a really funny little loophole that there is. Wow, when we see Taylor does not have anything, actually just has Baxcalibur and has to pass. And I think Taylor actually has a very unique brew of water. Taylor's brew is not Kevin Baxter's deck, because I think Taylor's got the item card in hand that searches you out like 3 energy if one of your Pokemon got knocked out. So Taylor has to sit here and wait for a Pokemon to get knocked out in order to accelerate energy into play with Baxcalibur. Taylor has, the Rare Candy Baxcalibur, but doesn't really have anything else. I think it's like, Letter of Encouragement or something. It's not a card that I usually see, but yeah, Taylor has to kind of sit waiting for Mason to make his next move in order to take the KO. But yes, this fossil loophole is really interesting because you've got Unidentified Fossil and you've got Antique Jaw Fossil, right? And both of those cards are different. I mean, Unidentified Fossil, released during the Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield blocks, is like a universal fossil. During those times, Unidentified Fossil could evolve into any fossil Pokemon. And there were fossil Pokemon printed that all evolved from Unidentified Fossil. And then now, in the Scarlet and Violet era, they're kind of giving everybody a unique fossil card again. Hence the Antique Jaw Fossil. And Tyrantrum can also evolve up from Antique Jaw Fossil. So in a way, you can play a 2-1-1 Tyrantrum line in your fighting deck, right? Which is not usually something that you can do in Gym Leader Challenge format because it's singleton. But I think it's a really cool little loophole for fossils because fossil Pokemon already have a really tough time getting into play because their basic forms are freaking items and trainers, right? So it's hard to get them into play because you can't like quick ball for a fossil, you can't nest ball for a fossil, you can't buddy poffin for a fossil. So they already kind of have that piece of the equation holding them back. So the fact that you can play 2 different fossils that both evolve up into Tyrantrum, I think is like a really cool aspect of Gym Leader Challenge. And it looks like Mason gonna be swinging in with Tyrantrum. Does have the Muscle Band, wow. And with the Rainbow Energy attached, this is a Wreak Havoc for 180 damage, and then you flip 190 damage, actually, because there's a Martial Arts Dojo. And then you flip until you get Tails, and you discard a card from your opponent's deck for each heads. That's 3. Oh, my goodness. 3 cards discarded off the top of Taylor's deck. Field Blower, that wasn't going to help anything. water energy, and letter. Well, maybe this top deck here is a live card. No, it's another water energy. So now Taylor's got kind of an interesting spot, right? Because Taylor has energy, plenty of it, the letter of encouragement, and can play that to thin the deck. Yo, what's up, Thad, with the gifted sub? Appreciate the love, Thad. Hopefully you're doing well. It was a pleasure having you on the Deckbusters show last night. It was a lot of fun. Look forward to having you back next week, dude. Thanks for the gifts. A letter of encouragement will get 3 energy back from the deck into hand. And Taylor does have Baxcalibur online, but nothing else right now. So Super Cold can accelerate energy in play, but to what? You don't want to put energy onto Baxcalibur and attack with Buster Tail. The Baxcalibur is kind of like the only board state you have right now. So the Snom is just going to poke for 20. Yeah, and I think that's what you have to do. Just thin the deck with Letter of Encouragement and hope that your top deck is good. Now, what's going to be really crushing, I think, for Taylor is if this Tyrantrum mills a card off the top of the deck and it's a good card, right? Mason has got a very stable looking board now. 1 heads off the Tyrantrum. 2 heads. Oh my god. 2 heads. 2 cards. Intellion, that was a no good. Irida would have been quite good. Surely there has to be a live card on the top of this deck. I'm believing. Gotta be. Silent Lab is not a live card off the top of that deck. That is sad. Time is certainly running out for Taylor as they kind of go through the motions of this dead draw. Yeah, Sam Brown's got a good question in the YouTube chat. Can both fossils evolve into Tyrantrum? It's so only one of the fossils can evolve into Tyrunt. That's the question that you're looking for, I think, because Tyrunt, you have to pick which one you want, and you're either going to pick like the Tyrunt that evolves from Jaw Fossil or the Tyrunt that evolves from Unidentified Fossil. So one of the fossils you can only rare candy into Tyrantrum. Yes. So that's the way it works. Because the Tyrunts all have like an exclusive evolution on them. Like the new Tyrunt says evolves from Antique Jaw Fossil, but the old Tyrunt says evolves from Unidentified Fossil. So depending on which Tyrunt you play, you just have to play it exactly as it reads, right? All right, Tails, no cards discarded. It's do or die time for Taylor. Yep, another dud. Articuno could sleep, though. Taylor's got 2 energy in hand. You can retreat, and I think that that's what we're going to see into Articuno. The Remoraid is supposed to go on the bench, so hopefully Taylor recognizes that. And will sleep. Yeah, the Remoraid accidentally got put to the discard pile with the retreats. I actually forgot to put walkies down there. So that's something that I'm going to have to do in between this next round is go get the walkie-talkie put on the tournament table. I think Taylor will recognize it, though, when they look at their board and realize that Remoraid kind of ran away to the discard pile. There's going to be another sleep. And a wake up. Yeah, retreated the Remoraid and discarded. There we go. Cool. Yes, ideally you want to rare candy the fossil that your Tyrant doesn't evolve from, so that then you can like have a Tyrantrum in the active and a Tyrant on the bench. That's like the dream board state. This Tyrantrum's looking like it's just going to march unopposed straight through Taylor's deck. Versus Seeker, not going to be great when you haven't like... Oh, but there are cards in the discard pile because Mason has put them there. Yes. So Verse Seeker can go get Irida. Would you look at that? But at this point, wow, so much damage has been done. Irida can go get, I guess, like Octillery. I mean, there are so many consistency cards in Taylor's deck. I mean, Taylor just needed any ball search card would have gotten Taylor Octillery because Octillery has the Abyssal Hand, fill your hand to 5. And then until Sobble got knocked out, any ball search card could have also searched out Drizzile. Drizzile has the Shady Dealings ability. Go search your deck for whatever trainer card you want. I mean, that's kind of the backbone of the consistency of this water deck. Wow, Adventure Bag. That's a cool one. Very interesting inclusion there. Adventure Bag is an item card that gets you 2 tool cards out of the deck. Noob Spect asking on YouTube, how far back in time can we go with the cards? It's black and white. Black and white on. Yep, so expanded is correct. Holy cow, are we going to see a Crisis Punch? You can't do Crisis Punch unless there's one... Wow. All right, Taylor's got sauce in their deck. Crisis Punch with Articuno. You can take 2 prizes while doing like 250 damage or something. Is that how much Crisis Punch? I'm pretty sure Crisis Punch does. Is that or 280? I think it's 280. 280 would just get there versus Tyrantrum. But at this point, Mason's got some pretty significant threats built up on the bench. Okay, here we go. Reset stamp going to 2. U-turn board to the Octillery. And then Abyssal Hand will fill the hand to 5. Yo, reverse sweep. Dive Ball and N. Taylor's going to need a lot to hang on to this game, that's for sure. And a lot of energy has been kind of wasted at this point. Dive Ball is like a master ball for water decks. Just gets you whatever you want out of your... Whatever water Pokemon you want out of your deck, puts it into your hand. And that is a Walking Wake. That's the card I did not recognize earlier. Holy smokes. Walking Wake. Walking Wake has this attack that like places damage counters on it and does more damage, something like that. Undulating Slice. Put up to 9 damage counters on this Pokemon. This attack does 20 damage for each damage counter you place in this way. So you could do 90 damage to it and deal 180 damage with that. I'm just going to pass. And then I think you've got to hope that, like, Mason doesn't have a lot off of this stamp. But then Taylor's got N and Crisis Punch, right? So maybe If Mason like can't find, I mean, Mason does not have a backup attacker, okay? Like, not established. If Mason could just put a rainbow energy onto the Ogie Dogie, then there would be a backup attacker. But Mason does not have that right now. So Mason does not have guaranteed return after the Tyrantrum goes down. We see he's going for the Soul Rock, but doesn't have Lunatone in place. So doesn't have that draw. And when Tyrantrum takes this knockout, the question's going to be, can Taylor find 3 energy to put on to Baxcalibur? That's like the big question. I don't know. There's a lot of energy have been wasted so far. And here we go. It's just Tyrantrum, swing. There's the heads. God, these mills have been pretty brutal this game. There's another heads. Way more heads than tails from Mason so far this game. All right, 2. Lanazade. Guzmahala. Lanazade would have been absolutely insane, as that would have guaranteed the energy. I think Taylor absolutely has to throw up the Baxcalibur here, but decides to push. Oh, Nessa actually does it. So you can get 4 energy back. Right? So I think you want to get just 4 energy, and you just have to do it with Baxcalibur. So that's why I think Taylor should have just pushed the Baxcalibur up. I think Taylor obviously wants to do it with Articuno, which would be like really cool. And it looks like that's like what Taylor's going to decide to do. But Taylor needs an additional energy too, is the problem, right? But this would be pretty hype if Taylor can pull it off. Obviously, we know Mason's hand is already dead. So there's really no reason to play N. Oh, it's not dead. Mason actually has Lunatone and Fighting Energy in hand. I agree that Taylor needs to just knock out this thing with Baxcalibur. I agree with that. I think that is Taylor's best play. Yep, Crisis Punch. And then you Octillery, fill the hands. Crisis Punch is going to be dealing. Now, funny, Taylor actually could have used Brookla Hill. And Taylor did find the water energy. We see Taylor kind of lamenting there. You know, could have gone for the Articuno knockout. I don't think it really matters. At this point, Taylor has to win on board state, not on prize racing, because, I mean, Mason has 1 prize remaining, right? So, like, doesn't really matter. I don't know if there are any basic Pokemon left in Taylor's deck to grab. If so, Brookla Hill could have been a good shout there. Noob Spect asking on YouTube, what era did I start playing competitively? I started playing competitively in Black and Whites, 2011 actually. Yeah, 2011. Noble Victories was my first pre-release. And I started playing in, like, you know, city championships, state championships, and regionals, like that 2012 season. Let's see, does Mason have it? Lunar Cycle. We'll draw 3. Arvin should be able to get it if you can Arvin for Hariyama, right? Hariyama would do it with the additional fighting energy. It looks like Arvin for Ultra Ball U-turn board. All you have to do is Ultra Ball for the Hariyama. Wild Press does 210. And there it is. Hariyama fighting. And there you go. GG's. Mason getting the win. With his fighting deck, we'll move on to 2-0. But gotta say, it was pretty cool to see Taylor bust out the technical machine for the crazy knockouts on the Tyrantrum. It was just a little bit too little, too late, unfortunately, for Taylor in that game. GG's to both players. Excited to get to commentate over that match from 2 players I have not gotten to commentate over yet. Got to play against Taylor in the finals of a League Cup. Taylor was playing Haunch Crow a couple months ago. A lot of fun. Taylor is also a fellow Allegheny College alum. Both of us graduated from Allegheny College in good old Meadville, Pennsylvania. It's a small liberal arts school. Not every day that I meet a Allegheny College alum, so that was pretty cool. Out there in the wild, getting to find somebody who went to school there. I mean, the school has like less than 2,000 kids at it, so yeah, pretty neat. Anyways, we're gonna be right back with round number 3. I have to go and set up a walkie-talkie down there because I don't have any walkie-talkies down there currently. So I'm going to do that. I'll be right back after this quick break. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. We back, y'all. Thank you so much for the patience. I'm going to be featuring on next week's episode of the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast. I am very excited about this. It's going to be my first time ever featuring on the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast. It is a 100% GLC focused podcast hosted by Mr. Ben Morse, Mr. John Patterson, and Mr. Anthony Saya. And they do a great job with it. They do. So I'm thrilled to get to be involved. Here it is right here. Mr. Ben Morse with the Chat Lounge podcast. They release weekly episodes of the podcast talking about the ins and outs of Gym Leader Challenge League Night here at Full Grip Games, the metagame at large, and all that. And you can see that these guys have certainly been hype on the grass deck lately. And then I also got to interview with Chase, who won with it the other week. They also vlog the 3Ks and just have a lot of really cool features. Ben will also do Gym Leader Challenge on TCG Live when they host the truncated version of Gym Leader Challenge on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. We'll do live streams and things like that, show off decks, all that. They tier list things. So sometimes they will also even say things that are not true, like that Natu was going to get banned. It's not true. Natu was not banned. Okay. But yeah, anyways, they do a fantastic job. Tons of GLC content. I mean, just our 40-minute GLC podcast. Yes, sir. Hour and a half GLC podcast. I mean, just absolutely fantastic. I love listening to it. So 2-hour GLC podcast. It's awesome. So I'm going to be featuring on the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast this upcoming week. I think the theme of the episode is that we are going to be talking about the top 10 best, most impactful Gym Leader Challenge decks of all time. Mecha B says, imagine having a GLC pod and not having the creator on. Well, it's almost I created Gym Leader Challenge, and it was always the plan to eventually, be on the... I was always wanted to eventually be on the podcast, but also I don't want to smother other people's stuff, right? I kind of like being the guy behind the curtain in some ways, right? The man behind the curtain. Part of what makes Gym Leader Challenge great is that there are other creators and communities kind of doing their own thing and building their own communities and building their own content. It doesn't have to all come from me, right? Nor should it all come from me. So I actually was very pleased to not be involved, because in my mind, them having a podcast that was successful in its own right without my involvement whatsoever is a testament to how good the podcast is, right? So that was something. And Ben is a very creative person in his own mind too. He's a very creative person, very capable person, very artistically inclined and motivated. So I kind of wanted to just let him kind of cook on it for a while. And I always was eventually we'll find a time that makes sense to feature on it. I'm really excited. He finally, he reached out and was like, yo, you want to be on this episode? Heck yeah, dude. For sure. So, yeah, going to be featuring on the Chat Lounge podcast next week. Of course, I do my own podcast as well. Shout out to the Tag Team Podcasts on YouTube and Spotify. Also, we record every Monday night. Probably not going to be recording this upcoming Monday night, as I'll be watching the World Cup USA. As they face off against Belgium. But, yeah, we usually record every Monday night. Episodes usually drop every Tuesday. If you haven't already, check it out. I mean, it's a really cool, unique podcast in that JW, Riley, and I have all been playing for a long time. It's the only Pokemon TCG podcast hosted by 3 regional champions. I'm pretty sure, at least it was for the longest time, so probably still is. And it also, it's also the longest continuously running Pokemon TCG podcast. We've been releasing episodes since 2019. I got added onto the cast about a couple years ago, but these are 2 of my best friends. It's like, Riley and JW are both in my wedding party. We're just best friends, talk about Pokemon. Like, that's just the vibe of the podcast, and it's a lot of fun. So definitely make sure to check that out if you have not already. Great thing to listen to, tune into while you're at work, mowing the lawn, going for a jog, at the gym, whatever it is. Going to be a dry week next week for Pokemon pods. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that the summer news cycle, that's when you got to get creative. That's when we dig down and get creative, chat. The summer news cycle. Did Riley win a regional during the modern era? Let me limitless that for you. Yes, he did. He won Texas. It was Dallas. It was an expanded regional. Yep. Dallas, 2018. With Zorak. And I got 9th. I would have freaking crushed him. Okay? He was the top seed. I would have freaking bodied him. I bubbled out of top 8 at 9th place. My deck freaking killed his deck. I would have stopped him from winning that regional too. But I bubbled out at freaking 9th place with my extremely cool expanded Buzzrock deck, which was eerily similar to a standard Buzzrock deck, except it had a Carbink Break in it. and like a computer search. Yeah. But notably, this was like a crazy Buzzrock innovation because it didn't play Versus Seeker, which like you just would assume that every single expanded deck played Versus Seeker, and I played 0 Versus Seeker at this event. And almost, I mean, I was like right there, just bubbled out of top 8. But yeah, Riley went with this really cool Zorak deck. Zorak, Puzzle of Time, Zorak. I mean, just like some of the most broken that Zorak ever was. You could Hex Maniac. You could use Puzzle of Time. Puzzle of Time was like one of the most insane cards ever printed. You can play 2 Puzzle of Time at once and put 2 cards from your discard pile back into your freaking hand, dude. Oh yeah, they're playing over here. Wait, next round's up. Let's go. But yeah, absolutely insane. 2 cards back into the hand, folks. 2! Freaking 2, man! And you could Hex. You could Red Card. You could one-hit KO things with Skyfield. Skyfield lets you have up to 8 Pokemon on your bench. Zorak, GX, one of the most broken cards ever. Trade, and then Riotous Beating. You attack for 1 energy with a double colorless energy. Absolutely nuts. But yeah, so that was Riley's regional win. And let's get into round number 3, folks. Ah, yes. I know Zach, Laska, and Taylor are friends, so they must have been out here or made the trip. Because they're from the Pittsburgh area. And we've got Psychic versus Fighting. This is very indicative of like where the format is at. right now. Psychic and Fighting are two of the best decks in the format. We've got Zach Pra on Fighting. Zach Pra, local warrior, League Cup aficionado, winner of many League Cups. And, of course, we were having a good old Zach off here. The Zach mirror match. Zach Laska on the left playing Psychic. And here we go. Round number 3, getting underway. Now, Zach has got kind of an ideal opener with the Soul Rock there. That's exactly who he wants in the active spots, as Cosmic Beam can start putting on pressure early. But we see that Zach Laska has opened Monkey Dory. Gonna be pretty tough to knock out with Soul Rock. It's just gonna be a Mysterious Treasure for Ralts, Psychic to Monkey Dory, and pass. Now, this is a good matchup. Honestly, like if you're getting into Gym Leader Challenge, this is the matchup you want to see. This is like watching Gardevoir versus Dragapult in like the previous formats. I mean, it really is just like the two of the most powerful decks duking it out. It really can go any way. I'd say that Psychic is slightly favored, but Fighting can very, very easily take games. I would say it's like probably like 55-45, something like that. At most 60-40. Obviously, the big kind of crux of this matchup is that the best card in the Fighting card pool, Ogie Dogie, is weak to Psychic. So kind of the best thing that the Fighting deck does is it puts Ogie Dogie in the active with 230 hit points and does 170 damage. And that thing that the Fighting deck does is just not very good against the Psychic deck, right? Because Ogie Dogie's weak to Psychic, so like you're just not doing that much damage, and then or you're not like surviving with like 230 hit points, right? Ogie Dogie's prized. Yikes. And then 170 damage. I mean, a lot of the Psychic Pokemon resist Fighting too, so it's kind of tough. It's tough sledding out here. We could see Zach just get the turn 1 knockout though. It could be like Guzma Hala for Strong Energy Muscle Band. 70, 90, 110. Yeah, dude. You just go, like, literally, you just go Guzma Hala, Strong Muscle Band, knockout. And then, like, Zach, this is how Fighting wins. This is exactly how Fighting wins these matchups, right? You boat race them. You just punch them in the mouth early. And you just say, like, well, what are you going to do about that? So hopefully Zach sees, like, yeah, I got to go get my freaking Muscle Band. I got to go get my Strong Energy. I'm sure Zach sees it. Zach loves an aggressive deck that hits hard and fast. Yeah, there you go. And we see Zach kind of like, yeah, that is happening, isn't it? And like I said, I think the Brooklyn Hill probably would have been in the grab there, but obviously Zach prized it. So Parallel City just going to probably... I think you could hold the Parallel City in hand to see if Zach like benches any more Pokemon this next turn. But obviously, an incredibly strong start from Zach. Verseeker left in hand, so Zach will have a... Zach will have the option to bring back any of those supporters that they discarded this last turn. And Battle VIP Pass, you see Zach kind of like, wow, I'm that guy. I'm him right now. I'm that guy. I guess I should say I'm them right now. Let's go. Got the Battle VIP Pass off of the Lunar Cycle. Go get Terrakion and Makuhita. Makuhita evolves up into Hariyama with the Heave-Ho Catcher ability. It's going to allow Zach to target down whatever they want on the bench next turn. And with a Soul Rock Strong Muscle Band, I mean, just incredible, right? 110 damage on the first turn of the game. Fighting doing what Fighting does best. And that is going to put a lot of pressure on Zach Laska to have to respond instantly. Zach Praw taking the Ogie Dogie off the prize cards as well, saying, I want that guy on my team. Binacle being prized is tough. That makes it so the Ogie Dogies can be tougher to power up, but you have to imagine that this Soul Rock is not getting responded to this next turn. You have to imagine, right? Raihan. Most of these Psychic decks are not playing Rare Candy, so like Rare Candy Galade's not really an option. Got a question in the YouTube chat. Do I have any balance changes in mind for Gym Leader Challenge right now? I would highly recommend, if you're interested in Gym Leader Challenge and how the format gets curated and all of that, I've got a 2.5-hour live stream on exactly that subject that I did a couple of months ago. I highly recommend checking that out. And that will probably answer any questions that you have on where I'm at mentally with the format right now. And I linked it in the YouTube, and I'll link it in the Twitch. Thad says, this forced standard offseason is making Zach do unspeakable things, like going to GLC League nights. I know, it's awesome. Yeah, Zach's got a GLC 3K to prep for, you know? And the thing is that the fighting deck in Gym Leader Challenge is like, yeah, Zach Praw, that is. Yes, because Zach Praw loves a League Cup. I mean, Zach Praw is a League Cup warrior. Zach Laska also a League Cup warrior. I mean, to be honest, Zach Laska also is a grinder for sure. Zach Laska was in top 4 of the League Cup that I won a couple months ago. You know, friends with Taylor, drives around with them. I think they're both from the Pittsburgh area. We got Boulder down now, and this is just a ploy to buy more time. You just put the Boulder in the active spot. Boulder's got 140 hit points, is not going to be getting knocked out by Soul Rock unless there's a Premium Power Pro, right? But we also already know Zach Praw got that Makuhita down. Hariyama, Heave Ho Catcher, going to bring the Curlia up into the active spot. And we see, I mean, Zach Praw just got some amazing cards in hand to work with. Pokepad, go get Makuhita, Heave Ho Catcher, bring up the Curlia. And like I said, like this matchup is really, really close between Psychic and Fighting. And the games that Fighting wins, it usually goes like this. You kind of just like get out the gates quick. Maybe the Psychic deck stumbles slightly out the gates, which it does sometimes. It's got a lot more Pokemon that evolve, a lot more little guys to prey on with Soul Rock, right? And we'll see if Zach might just go Verseeker Lysander and save the... yeah, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Yeah, Verseeker Lysander, bring up the Curlia, save the Heave Ho Catcher for later. I like that decision from Zach. I think that makes a lot of sense. And now Zach Laska in a really tough spot. There's no way Zach Laska is going to be able to match hand sizes. Like, absolutely no chance, right? It was really cool of Zach and Taylor to make the trip out here to Akron tonight to play in Gym Leader Challenge League nights. I bet they're both going to be at the 6K, so maybe trying to get some reps in for the GLC 3K as well, as I expect them to probably be playing in the standard 3K also. And 27 players for our locals this evening is pretty high counts. I think a lot of players kind of looking forward to the 6K coming up, wanting to get some extra reps in, which makes a lot of sense. And Laska just got to go for the Buddy Buddy Poffin for Mew and Inkay. Things kind of falling apart at the seams. Mew from Celebrations, the 25th anniversary. It's got the Mysterious Tail. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck. Put an item you find there into your hand. But Solrock is just putting in so much work this game. Ignoring those fighting resistances has been key as well. I mean, and Zach can just barrel straight through the... I mean, Zach's got like a load of options to play with, right? Because you can go Karina for Premium Power Pro and just actually knock out the boulder in the active spot, which I might do. I mean, to be honest, knocking out the boulder is kind of hard, and you've already got 2 buffs on this Solrock, so you might as well just get the 3rd, right? Like, what's that Premium Power Pro doing in the deck? Just get that thing out of there. Yeah, I like Karina for it. I mean, surely looks like we're going to go Heave Ho Catcher. Okay. And I think Zach kind of just smelling some blood in the water says, okay, you know, I'm going to go Heave Ho Catcher. I'm going to target down the Mew. Just make it show that you're not actually going to be able to play this game at all. And Zach using Karina to go get Energy Retrieval and Barbaracle. Looks like Zach is playing a list very similar to the list that Ben Morse got top 4 at the Chaos Rising 3K with. A Barbiyama list. It's not too far off the list that I played to the 1K in Arkansas. Barbiyama is really strong way to play the fighting deck. Has been quite good over the last couple months. It looks like Mysterious Tail netting a quick ball. Not going to do much. Like at this point, is there even an item card that can like bail Zach out? I just don't really know that there is, right? Zach Pra's hand is way too big. Board state is way too developed. This is the kind of situation where you just got to have a draw supporter, actually. You got to have a Lily's Determination. You got to have or like a Tropical Beach or, you know, something like that. Goose Mahala for like Telepathic Psychic Energy, Tropical Beach would have been quite good, I think. But the Solrock has just been putting on so much better. Has been putting on so much pressure. We see Laska just doesn't really have anything. Pra able to establish the Ogie Dogie, and this is kind of the just it. I don't think that Laska will have any way to come back from a board this dominant as Zach Pra continues to draw through the deck. And this is what the fighting deck does best. These are the kinds of decks that Zach Pra really likes as well. I am sure Zach Pra is having a great old time right now. Because these are the kinds of decks that Zach Pra likes to play in Standard too. Your Raging Bolts, your Mega Lucarios, Cynthia's Garchomps, Goldengos. Those kinds of decks that just kind of go fast, take big knockouts. Those are the decks that Zach Pra likes. This fighting deck is certainly really in that vein. And we see Zach Laska just going to scoop it up. Yeah, nothing to do there for Zach Laska. Unfortunately, Zach Pra had the perfect starts to shut Zach Laska out of that game. Now Zach Pra will win the Zach off. Moving on to 3-0. Zach Laska dropping to 2-1. Again, awesome to see Zach and Taylor make the trip out from Pennsylvania tonight to play in our league, so very happy to have them there. These players also know each other very well because they are League Cup regulars, right? Like Laska and Pra, so they know each other quite well. Have played against each other many times. It looks like we have Carpenter, maybe a potential top contender in tonight's events. Fran. Ooh, looks like it's a Fighting Knights. There's a Fighting Mirror there. We just saw another Fighting advance to 3-0. Jack is on Fighting, playing against Ben Peacock on Psychic. So another Fighting Psychic matchup over here. Ben Peacock and Jack. And I know Jack has really been enjoying this Fighting deck as well, the Barbie Yama lists. And we'll see if Jack can upset the Fighting deck or the Psychic deck also in his matchup against Ben Peacock. Ben Peacock's been saying that he's feeling very confident with the Psychic deck lately, but has been grinding it, hasn't been able to punch the dub yet with the Psychic deck. Ben Peacock's a very good player. It's just, nothing's guaranteed at Gym Leader Challenge League Night. Any given Thursday, as they say, Thad saying Ben Peacock is on week number 40 playing purple, like literally, actually. Any given league night, dude. Any given league night, anything can happen. It's not easy. Just because you're playing purple doesn't mean it's easy. Just because you're playing Fighting doesn't mean it's easy. It's really not. Any given Thursday, you could lose to anything. That's for sure. I mean, I played my Ogie Dogie deck, which I think is like one of the best decks in the format. I would put it top 2 decks in the format. Played it to the last freaking 3K, went 0-2 drop. Just got absolutely destroyed in the 2 games I played. I don't think I got Soul Rock and Lunatone out on like turns 1 or 2, like either of my games. They just were crunchy and weird, Things got crunchy and weird, just didn't work out. And that just happens, right? In single game Swiss, like that just happens. Yeah, that is certainly. But then you saw in Arkansas, my deck ran perfectly, and I beat Psychic in the finals. Like I beat a not too blindside deck in the finals, best out of 3. So that was cool. But then I lost to Buddy in Swiss, right? So like that matchup is really, kind of a coin toss. It really could go either way. And I say like Psychic is slightly favored, sure, but it could very much go either way, as I've seen it happen many times. So let's take a look at what we got. Can Hitmon Bros compete these days? Good question. I don't know that Hitmon Bros. So when I am going to be featuring on the Gym Leader Chat Lounge podcast next week, we're going to be talking about the best Gym Leader Challenge decks, the top 10 best, most impactful Gym Leader Challenge decks of all time, which is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a trip down memory lane for sure, talking about some of the most dominant strategies that the format has ever seen in the last 5 years. I think, coming up on the 5-year anniversary of Gym Leader Challenge, a good time to do that. Kind of takes stock of where the format's been, what the most dominant strategies have been. I'm not going to spoil it, but we have a top 10 lists, and we're going to do like deep dives into all the best decks and kind of what made them so good. I played a Hitmon Bros deck, but it was like pre-Soul Rock and Lunatone. And what's really cool about the Gym Leader Challenge websites that Ben Morse has, you can look back at last year's, right? Yeah, last year, I only played like a couple weeks last year, but I did get my Fighting badge. This was the Hitmon Bros deck that I played pre-Soul Rock and Lunatone. Obviously, I made a video about it, so if you're interested in Hitmon Bros, I mean, I made an old video about the Hitmon Bros deck. I mean, at this point, that was like, it was like a year and a half ago. So the Hitmon Bros, you've got Hitmonchan. Hello. Yeah, Hitmonchan. hit and run, 30 damage, switch it with one of your bench Pokemon. Then you've got Hitmonlee. Special combo, you can only use this if you're Hitmonchan. Use hit and run last turn, does 90 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And then you've got Hitmontop, finishing combo, does 60 damage to everything. The thing about the combos, the Hitmon Bros, is that they are just completely outclassed by Ting-Lu now. Just play Ting-Lu. There's no reason. There's just no reason to be doing all that when you could just Ting-Lu. Ground Crasher. Like, why go through all the trouble of, like, trying to get this Wombo combo going when I could just go turn one Ground Crasher, 30 to everything, Ground Crasher again, 30 to everything, Ground Crasher again, 30 to everything. So, yeah, no, I think the Hitmon Bros are completely done in Gym Leader Challenge. They're kind of outclassed by this guy. You should certainly just play Ting-Lu if you want to play a fighting spread deck. I do think that Rocket's Tyranitar is still cool, though. I don't have any issues with that. I think Rocket's T-Tar is still a really neat card. And I think it's still, like, quite a good card. Sandstream during Pokemon Checkup. If it's in the active spot, put 2 damage counters on each of your opponent's basic Pokemon. I mean, I think that's just pretty good. And you could certainly build some sort of, like, Ting-Lu, Rocket's Tyranitar, spread deck. You play Halucha, you know, to get, like, some extra damage counters pinged in there. Play, like, Marshadow, probably, to, like, make yourself invincible. Stuff like that. Yeah, so, like, that certainly could be a deck. I think the best part about the... Yeah, Tyranitar is certainly the best part about the Hitmon Bros deck that I played. And the fact that the Rocket's Tyranitar does the... it's got the Pupitar that kind of instantly evolves it, right? Is really good. Explosive Ascension. Yeah, I mean, this thing's insane. Because you can Explosive Ascension for 30, right? And then you evolve straight into the Tyranitar. And then the ability on Tyranitar procs the same turn. Yeah, Blood Moon does work well in this kind of deck, right? Because Blood Moon does more damage for the amount of damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon. So you could certainly, like, Blood Moon. You've got Cofagrigus, right? I don't think Cofagrigus is any good, but Cofagrigus is a fighting... How do you spell Cofagrigus? Rune. It's Rune. That's right. Rune. Runegris. Spreading Spite, dude. For each damage counter on Galarian Runerigus, put 2 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon any way you like. Yeah, this card is not good, but, like, imagine if it was. All right, just imagine if he was, though, right? That would be pretty sick. What deck we want to look at? We want to look at... There's nothing really in the fun to look at in the darkness card pool yet. Pokemon Proxies, Pitch Black. I do think that... I do think that Toucannon is a very good card for colorless decks. I think the Toucannon is quite good. I mean, it's a one-hit KO guy, right? Yeah, that's a one-hit KO guy. And he draws a card. What's not to like about that? Now, Bastiodon... Could Bastiodon be good? The fossil mechanic is just so booty, you know? Having to go through the freaking I mean, I guess you can play the Antique Shield fossil and you can play Unidentified Fossil to get into Bastiodon. Like, I guess, right? And of course, it only works if it's on the bench. So if your opponent uses Boss's Orders, it doesn't work anymore. But like a Bastiodon deck with like a Bastiodon Archaludon deck could be pretty sick. You could bet now for the Gym Leader Challenge Invitational happening at Full Grip Games. You know, obviously I don't really get to play because I cast these. But I've taken a couple weeks off to play to get a badge so that I can play in the Invitational. So I have my invites to the Invitational with metal. So I'm locked in on having to play metal, chatters, for the Invitational, unless I take another week off. But there's only 5 weeks left. And I kind of want to like stream every league night through the final 5 weeks because the badge race is close, right? So kind of want to do that. I don't know. Tough to say. Maybe I could take one of these weeks off again. Any ideas for a bird-themed two-cannon deck? But honestly, I've got my invite to the Invitational with metal, so I might as well just kind of like... lock in on metal and try to break it. Like, that's kind of a fun little mini game to have to play anyways, is like to try and make metal as good as possible. That's my task. Okay. I can do it. Let's look at the metal card pool. Not much to see in the metal card pool, unfortunately, but that is the type that I am locked in with for the Invitational. You want a little hack on how to look up GLC cards on pkmncards.com? Click color, metal. Go over here, has flavor text. Bang, there you go. Rule box Pokemon don't have flavor text. That's how you do it. New metal guys, obviously you've got the Metagross, but like that thing, like doing 300 damage for 4 energy and discarding 1,000,000 of them is just not really that good. Let's see if we take a look at my, let's see, Arch Nemesis deck. Obviously, I'm kind of going to be iterating on the Arch Nemesis deck a little bit. Killing me, Tricky Jim. Show list. There it is. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm going to be iterating on this. Right, now things with this list that I liked the Archaludon. The Archaludon was very good. I felt like the list is a little grindy, but also the power level of the plays you can make are extremely high. With like Counter Catcher and Lost City, there's just so much you can do, right? It's absolutely nuts. So I really want to keep those high power level cards in the deck. I really want to keep Archaludon in the deck. That's just like a game winner. Archaludon, that's a game winning card. Get that thing up and rolling, you're gonna win games. Zamazenta, that's a game winner. Get that thing up and rolling, you can win games. Iron Crown, that dude is kind of a stinker. I think one, but like you kind of also love him, right? You love him, you hate him. I think one of the interesting things that I'm gonna kind of want to brew on a little bit, is do I want to play the Berserker? I think Berserker is interesting, but I don't think you play Berserker. I don't think you play Galarian Berserker and Metang. I think you play Galarian Berserker or Metang. So if you're playing Galarian Berserker, you have much less energy acceleration in your deck. You do have the option to play Philippe to kind of make up for some of that, but then you also probably can't afford to play Dialga in your deck because Dialga takes 3 energy to attack. So, but your Iron Crown is better, right? And you can knock out Wailords pretty easy. So there's like pros and cons, right? You can probably play slightly less metal energy in your deck if you're not trying to hit off of Metang. But then on the flip side, you like having lots of metal energy in your deck because you really like to find those metal energy for Rumbling Engine so that you can continue churning through the deck. So Metang and Rumbling Engine go very well together as they both like to have lots of metal energy in the deck. I think Revavroom is like non-negotiable as far as like being included in the deck. Revavroom is one of the best parts of the deck. You have to play it. I think Jirachi from Team Up is like another card that's just like one of the best cards in the deck. You have to play it. You have to play those engine cards to get the deck moving. Those are your consistency guys. You gotta play them, right? You just gotta play them. Now, you could play Metagross, obviously, but like which Metagross? You could play the Metagross that gives all your guys free retreats. That's, you could play this Metagross that does 300 damage for way too much energy. Ugh. The Metagross, one day they will print a really good Metagross, but the day has not come yet. It really has not. I love this Doublade. Thank God they gave Doublade a really cool card, because I think Doublade is one of the coolest Pokemon. And this art rare is just so beast. Yes, one day they'll make a good single prize Metagross. That day has not come yet. King Gambit. No. Attacks used by this Pokemon do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon for each prize card your opponent has taken. Ugh. Stage 2 in Metal, no thank you. Unless your name is literally Metagross, it's not happening. You want to be a Stage 1 big basic deck. Yeah, this is like the best card in the deck. So you're playing that guy. You play the new Metal Energy that gives you free retreats. Triple draw Bronzong. All right. What if we play triple draw Bronzong? Ferrothorn does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to this Pokemon. I mean, it's just the ramp on this is so bad, right? It's not good enough. You need like 5 energy to do 100 damage to the bench. It's so bad. Man, the Clay Kling Clang, he's cool. He's probably a little spendy. Yeah, he's a little spendy, isn't he? I know John Patterson has certainly like combed through every freaking metal Pokemon so many times. I know, right? Like, dude, this is the life of a GLC player. You're just sitting here, you're like, Metal from Stellar Crown plus U-turn board. I know, I've thought about that for sure, right? But it's just like a little. The thing about building a tournament winning gym leader challenge deck is that, wow, this guy's funny. Like, look at him. He's just like looking at all his little gears. Is that you need cards that are going to work when things are tough. You need cards that are going to work when you're drawing weird and your hand is funky and push is coming to shove. You just need guys that are going to like be consistently there for you, right? And we see that's what makes the fighting deck so good. The psychic deck has all the wizardry, all the combos, all that. The metal deck doesn't have as much of that. It needs guys that are reliable. I think, like, metal doesn't really need a way to do 250 damage. You kind of have that, right? So for, like, the metal that we're talking about, which is cool, and I've thought about this card quite a bit, right? Because 250 damage, that is a lot of damage. We are talking a lot of damage. But the issue is you have to discard a tool from it to do it. It's a stage 1, so it has to evolve. And at 160 hit points, you are just getting one-tapped by everything in the format. So that's like my problem. I don't believe in stage 1 Pokemon that have less than 180 hit points. Like stage 1 attackers, right? If you're a stage 1 attacker and you've got less than 180 hit points, you'd be better as a basic attacker. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're doing something truly broken, like say Electivire in the Lightning Spread deck, right? Like, if you're a squishy stage 1 attacker, you got to be doing something game-breaking when you attack, right? Not just doing good damage output. That doesn't work. Basic Pokemon do big damage these days, all right? So we don't really need stage 1s that do big damage. I mean, think about how far Darkness has fallen, right? Like, and the reason why I know a lot of people think like, oh, well, Darkness is bad because you banned Double Colorless and Twin Energy. Wrong, actually. Darkness is bad because it hasn't gotten any new cards in like 3 years. If we go back to Season 1, now, we weren't streaming League Nights, so I got to play all year Season 1. And I was the first player to get to 7 badges, but then Alex Carpenter and Ben Morse both passed me and went to 8. I could not win with Fire Dragon or Fire a Dragon or Fighting to save my life. Because Fighting was bad back then. I mean, this is 2023, 2024. But let's see, do I have my dark list? No, we don't have any lists from back then. Yeah, if we scroll back far enough, I would find my Fighting Dark deck. Let's see. The thing about the Dark deck is that all your best attackers are stage 1s. I mean, like, and really they haven't printed any good basic Pokemon. So just like streaming attackers as stage 1s is just really hard. And it's just not as efficient as streaming basics. I mean, that's just kind of what it comes down to, right? It's looking like a GLC deck. Ooh, yeah, look at that tasty metal deck. 5-0 with Turbo Metal, win my 6th Gym Leader Challenge badge. Let's freaking go, dude. God. Looking at the old lists, man. I had Sticker, I had Turbo Patch, I had Max Elixir. Holy cow, dude. I was freaking cooking. This is pre-Matang, right? So, like, you just had to make your guys big and just go ham. And I did that. So, yeah, that was cool. Oh, yeah, man. God, I freaking cooked on that. Brazil. This was like my amazing Raikou deck. First to full grip GLC League Night with Lightning 4-1. Heck yeah, dude. I was playing Clavel and Bridget and Ball Guy. It's a freaking beast. God, ye olden water deck. I used to play that Starmie. Man, that thing was cool. Rillasaur, second badge. God, dude, I know everybody was so mad when I won with Rillasaur because they all thought that this deck was bad, and I just cheesed it. I think I won the first, League Night of the season. 3 Psychic and an Archeops colorless to go 4-0. Yep. So this was my deck. But look at this. Like, you play like Weavile and Zoroark, right? But Weavile and Zoroark are just not as good as they used to be because they're stage 1 attackers. So you got like Galarian Weezing's still pretty good. Guzzlord's still good. Moltres is still good. Spiritomb is like okay. But like the core of your deck has not had a replacement yet. Like 100 hit point Zoroark and a 90 hit point Weavile as stage 1 attackers. Like that stuff has just not been replaced yet. You need some like other good basic attackers to like make it all worth it, and they're just not there. Dark hasn't really gotten anything in the last couple years. If you look at Darkness without a rule box, or Darkness with a rule box, the best Darkness cards late. Oh no, not rule box. I'm looking for Darkness with flavor text. Are big basics running GLC? Big basics are powerful in GLC. They're also powerful stage 1s, and they're also powerful stage 2s. But if you are attacking with a stage 1, it needs to be of a certain caliber. And what I'm saying is like, Hariyama, fantastic stage 1 attacker and support Pokemon in the fighting GLC deck. Archaludon, incredible stage 1 Pokemon and attacker in the Metal GLC deck. Wailord, incredible stage 1 Pokemon and attacker in the Water GLC deck. You've got Torterra, incredible stage 2 attacker in the Grass GLC deck. You've got Chestnut, which has like been a recent addition to the GLC card pool, has really made a name for itself in these Grass GLC decks. So there are evolution Pokemon that are good in Gym Leader Challenge, but they need to be, basically, they need to be power crept, right? And the thing about the Darkness stage 1 Pokemon is they haven't been power crept enough, right? You look at like Crobat, like a stage 2 Pokemon with 130 hit points. I mean, the ability is good. Like, we're going to take it, right? Like, we're going to take it. But, like, this card could have been better, right? It could have free retreat. The attack is very okay. The ability is very okay. But, like, for Darkness, like, that Pokemon, that card could have been a little bit better for... that could have been a little bit better, right? This Quillfish is like not it, right? 50 more damage if your opponent's active Pokemon's poison. Like, these are the kinds of cards we're looking at in the Darkness card pool. There's not really anything that's like impressing lately. You get guys like this, It's like that guy's not really doing anything, right? He's like almost cool, but not quite. Gengar, if this Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put it into your hand instead of the discard pile. That's not worth it. Right? Again, it's a stage 2 with only 130 hit points. Like, terrible. Toxtricity, that's good support, right? So, like, we've got good support. Toxtricity is good. That is a good addition to the Darkness card pool. Toxtricity with Liepard and Crobat, that's like an engine, right? And you've already got Guzzlord. So, like, you have those pieces that you're kind of working with now in Dark, but Dark needs, like, it needs like an Ogie Dogie or an Iron Boulder type guy. And really, I think Darkness is one card away from being like a top tier deck again. Like literally one card. It just, if you gave Darkness Iron Boulder, if you just started playing like Iron Boulder in your Darkness deck, if you could, if it was legal, you'd probably be a great deck, right? It just needs that extra little piece, and it just doesn't have it right now, right? You've got a lot of like aggressive attackers, and you've got the new cards on the way, which are not great, but you do have, and again, it's like everybody is like, it's not great, right? Like every single guy that comes out for Dark. Like the Chi-Yu is not great. Spiraling Envy has to have 2 damage counters on it, does 90 more damage. So it does 110 for 1. But in order to like get the 2 damage counters on it, you either have to be playing a stadium that places damage counters on your guy, which that's probably bad and not worth it. Well, I guess you could do that with Spiritomb too. So like maybe you're playing like Chi-Yu with Spiritomb in like the stadium, right? So like maybe you're doing something like that, right? That can allow you to like place lots of damage counters on your own guy, on your own guys, and maybe you're playing like a Chi-Yu Spiritomb Hoopa Rush deck that then has Guzzlord to like take bonus prizes and Moltres to close the game out. Maybe that's like what we're doing, right? And that could be pretty good. That could be pretty good. Like that might be fun to play, to be honest. So Chi-Yu is like very okay though. And 110 is not amazing. Now Darkness does have access to both Muscle Band and Dark Claw. Obviously, Toxtricity but don't you want to be attacking with Chi-Yu on the first turn of the game? Like, Toxtricity obviously gets it going, but, like, that's on turn 3 or 2 or something, right? Like, you want to be attacking with Chi-Yu, like, turn 1. Don't you? Right? So you've got, like, Frozen City. You've got like the stadiums, like when you put a guy into play, it takes 2 damage counters, like your magma base. Team Magma secret base. Yeah, that. Because you can't play the dark one because Darkness Pokemon don't get damage from it. But you can play Team Magma secret base, and you can play, yeah, like I guess, right? I guess. And then obviously you do have the cheese. Like you could cheese Tyranitar into play. Tyranitar is the best Darkness Pokemon that there is. It's insane. This card, if you could get this card into play consistently, it's not even weak to fighting, dude. Like this is it. This card is absolutely insane, but there are no Darkness type Pupitars or Larvitars. So you have to Grimsley it into play, which you can actually like do somewhat consistently thanks to the Crobat that just came out in Chaos Rising. So I literally think like Darkness is just right there. It's just a little bit short right now. So I am excited for the future of Darkness and Gym Leader Challenge format. I really think it's just like one card away. If it gets a big beat stick attacker that actually has a decent amount of HP, look out. Yo, we got Spread Lightning. Let's freaking go. Cole Stellato and Mike. These are some 2-1s that we've got. Cole Stellato playing the Spread Lightning deck. I know Cole top 8'd one of our GLC cash events with Spread Lightning. He doesn't get to play every week. He's got a lot of stuff going on since he is a performer in shows. He's like a theater guy. So he spends a lot of his nights performing in and practicing for shows. And then a lot of his days he's working at Full Grip. So doesn't always get to play, but cool to see him back in action with the Lightning Spread deck. We see Cole's got pretty good starts. Dynamo, Electabuzz down, Morpeko. Michael with the Dawn. Turn 1 Dawn to search out basic stage 1 and stage 2. It's got the Roselia in the active spots. Can evolve into Roserade next turn with its Le Parfum ability to get this party started. And grab anything that he wants out of the deck. Does have Gladian in hand, but it's just a pass. So we'll see if Cole can capitalize on this at all. A little bit of a slower start from Michael. No item lock with Badoo. As we see, there are no energy in Michael's hand. If Michael had an energy, could have maybe gotten a... Ooh, I do see Rare Candy Evolution Incense in Michael's hand, so we might see like a Rare Candy Torterra. Just a Tate and Liza for Cole. He's going to be looking for the Zebstrika. Zebstrika, it's got the sprint ability, which allows you to power through the deck. But 5 cards off Tate and Liza is not a lot. It's really not a lot to work with. What are my thoughts on Lightning in this battle? Lightning's actually good. I played against Hunter with... Spread Lightning when I was playing my fighting deck, and I think he beat me. He like literally beat me, I think. I just played him one game. He was like, dude, I can win this matchup. And I was like, no, you can't. Please be serious. And he beat me. Well, because I'm not playing Ting Lu in my fighting list. So, like, yeah. He was able to... It was a very close game, but... he was able to pull it out. So Spread Lightning, I think, is a lot better than people give it credit for. That's for sure. As we see, Cole is like 2-1 here. He's going to decide to Dynamotor to the Morpeko instead of the Electabuzz. Michael's going to allow it. And then Thunderous Assault does 10 damage plus 70 more if you move from the bench to the active spot during your turn. Cole may not have a good supporter in hand or anything like that, but is putting some aggression on with a turn to knockouts. And Michael really wanted that Roselia to stay in play because he's got Roserade in hand. Roserade has got the Le Parfum ability, would have allowed Michael to really pop off from here. Yo, welcome everybody from Azul's channel. Thank you to Azul GG for the raid. Hello, hello. We are in week number 47 of Gym Leader Challenge League Nights. Here at Full Grip, July is the final month of our 2026 season, and the badge race is really heating up with players competing to try and win the crown of Gym Leader Challenge League champion. We've got 27 players here in the house tonight, a 5-round tournament to see who will be tonight's Gym Leader Challenge winner. On the feature match table right now, we've got Cole Stellato on Spread Lightning and Michael Prado on the right with the Chestnut and Torterra grass deck. And that quick knockout from Cole is certainly going to be slowing Michael down, but we know Michael does have Rare Candy in hand, so he can potentially go Rare Candy into Beautifly next turn, as we see searched out Wurmple. Beautifly has got the Stoke Straw ability, which allows you to fill your hand to 6 cards once during your turn. Ooh, but Escape Rope. That is tough. Now, Michael has to say, like, ugh, this Zapdos is just putting the pressure on. That's exactly what Zapdos does. Now, obviously, Zapdos doesn't take the knockout on Grotle, so I think you have to say, like, you don't have the Electro Power in your hand, right? Because Grotle's got 100 hit points. It can survive an attack from Zapdos. And I think Michael just kind of has to call the bluff and say, like, yeah, you don't have it. You know, you can't send up Wurmple there. Wurmple's a guaranteed knockout. And sure enough, it looks like Michael is correct. Just going to eat 70 damage from the Zapdos, sending up the Grotle. Still a really good 70 damage to deal if you're Cole. Or 80 damage, right? It's 80. It's 10 plus 7. It's 80 damage, yep. Still a really good 80 damage to deal if you're Cole, because Torterra's got 190 hit points, so being able to soften this thing up is meaningful for sure. Dynamotor and get a Lightning Energy back onto the Morpeko, as we saw. Cole's able to use that as a pivot with the Escape Rope to recharge that Thunderous Assault attack. Now Michael should be able to set up a little bit better. He's got the Sun-Drenched Shell. He's going to get Cherubi. Cherubi evolves into Cherrim. With the Spring Bloom ability, just going to allow Michael to rain as many grass energy as he'd like into play. And we do see he's got the Rare Candy Beautifly in hand. Hand full of grass Pokemon, though. Like, what are we really doing with this? I think you desperately kind of want Force of Vitality right now. As we see, Michael, I think, just has to burn this Evolution Incense, probably for nothing. He's already got the Cherrim in hand, but can't play it. He just put the Cherubi into play. Now, I guess draw 1, 2. Ooh, finds an Arven. Arven could be good. Get an item and tool card out of the deck. Item card to help set up maybe Chestnuts would be good. Tool card. At this point, just Floatstone, probably strong. I guess we're just leaving Torterra in the active spot. It's kind of the biggest body there. But having Floatstone's always nice. Or U-turn board or whatever. I do think that you want to start setting up the Chestnut if you can. So maybe Michael identifying that Chespin could be in the prizes as we see him thumbing the Hisuian Heavy Ball to the top, also considering Buddy Buddy Poffin. I do think that those are the best choices. And it looks like it's going to be Floatstone and Buddy Buddy Poffin. Buddy Buddy Poffin's going to go get Badoo. And I like this play from Michael. Just go into Badoo and item lock. I know Badoo doesn't have a lot of HP against a spread deck, but got to keep in mind, Michael has Shaman, right? So, like, Michael might be getting off to a rocky start against this Lightning spread deck, but with Shaman on board, you don't have to worry about the Electivire coming in and just doing 50 damage to everything, which is obviously one of the best things that this deck can do. As we see Electivire hit the board, Cole also has a Tapu Koko in hand and a Mareep, but Cole is going to have to find Silent Lab to turn the Shaman off in order to spread damage meaningfully. We see Cole just kind of sputtering, not able to do anything, just has to poke for 10 with Zapdos. Thunderous Assault only does 10 damage if you don't switch from the bench to the active during your turn. And now the path is kind of clear for Michael to continue setting up. He's weathered this early game aggression from the Lightning deck. Cole, with the early Tate and Liza, was not able to find anything meaningful off of it, and now is in a grindy part of this mid-game, waiting for better times off the top of the deck. Erica's Hospitality. Well, that's a heck of a card for Michael. You draw a card for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, I think. Is it just draw, or is it each of their Pokemon, period? Erica's Hospitality. Draw a card for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play. That's just a draw 6 for Michael. But you can only play it if you have 4 or fewer other cards in your hand. So if Erica's is the 5th card in your hand, you can play it. That's pretty insane. Just drawing 6 cards off the top of the deck. There's not many supporter cards that can do that. Very strong draw from Michael. Looks like his board is getting established with confidence now. Yes, the Erica's Hospitality, also thematically excellent for the grass deck, of course. Another Itchy Pollen. Cole finds U-turn board. I almost like you just retreat into the Morpeko, because I think the Morpeko has like a disable attack or something. It's Torment, and it does 20. So I think you put the U-turn board on the Zapdos, retreat into Morpeko. Oh, no. Cole didn't do that. I think I would have liked to see the knockout there with Morpeko. Michael's got Guzma. He's going to Guzma up Electivire and use Evo Press to take the knockouts with Torterra. Evo Press does 50 damage for each of your evolution Pokemon in play. Cole's still just going through the motions. Not able to draw out of this. Like I said, desperately wants that Zebstrika. You can retreat into Morpeko and use Torment, I suppose. Stop the Torterra from using Evo Press this next turn. It's 5-5 prizes now. The Lightning deck can fall behind, but not too much. I mean, and that Shaman there in the grass deck is going to be a thorn in Cole's side throughout this game. The Shaman providing that bench barrier for non-rule box Pokemon, of which they are all non-rule box Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge formats. So just an 80 hit point bench barrier provider for the grass deck. And it looks like it's going to be another swing with Zapdos, 80 more damage to Torterra. Electabuzz back down on the bench. This Lightning deck does play Reversal Energy, so and it's funny that Michael is also playing Silent Lab. Silent Lab, not a card that he's going to want to put into play in this matchup, unless you're going for the win with your own Wochen, but you don't need it. So, yeah, I guess. Verse Seeker for Guzma, free retreats. Going to be another Evo press for the knockout. And will we see yet another Thunderous Assault from Cole? Is that just all he's got? Lusamine. Okay. And it's going to be Lusamine for Tate and Liza exclusively. And I guess Zapdos will come up into the active spot. Finally take a knockout on the mighty Torterra. Go to 4-4 prizes. Michael already has the backup ready with the Tropius on the bench. Tropius has the rally back attack. Will do 120 damage since Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn. So yeah, Tropius already ready to go. But we don't see... Oh, here's the Chespin. I was going to say, we don't see any signs of the Chestnut yet, but Chespin coming down onto the bench, revealing that Chestnut, I think, is going to be an attacker that Michael wants to get into play. I like the addition of the Rosa that we saw from Tony in his list in round 1. Rosa is another card that can get you the Forest of Vitality as well, which can allow you to spring into these evolutions. And here comes Tropius, rally back for the knockouts. Cole has got, I think, a Greens Exploration off the top. That is mighty unhelpful. Since there is an electric in play, it's going to make it so Cole cannot play that. Four to 3 prizes. It feels like there's a way, right? It does feel like this game is not totally out of Cole's hands yet. It hasn't totally escaped him, but it is certainly very close. Tate and Liza both gonna shuffle the hand into the deck and then draw 5 cards. It does have the option to be a switch card as well, which is why Cole's deck is playing it, because switching is sometimes very good in the Lightning deck, especially since all of your energy accelerators, like Flaffy and Electric, can only accelerate to the bench. So having a switch card can sometimes be exactly what you need. Looks like Cole really did not find very good cards off of this Tate and Liza either. Has an Electro Power. I think it's going to be like a Retreat and Torment. Maybe with like an Electro Power. Which doesn't feel great. What, you'd have to Torment the second attack on Tropius, right? Because you don't want Tropius to get an additional energy and Solar Beam for 100. So I imagine that's the one you're doing. And then Iono, which is funny because like Cole has actually taken 2 prizes at this point. Even though he's pretty far behind. It doesn't feel great for him. Michael doesn't care. Sending his hand to the bottom of the deck is totally fine. Finds Quilladin, Muscle Band, and Force of Vitality. Dang, just slam that Force of Vitality and go. Find the Chestnut. Put this game away. Like, you might as well. Yep, I like the Muscle Band on the Quilladin. I like slamming that Force of Vitality. I don't really think that there's any reason that Michael needs to keep that. I think he's keeping it just in case the Silent Lab comes down, just being a little bit conservative. But I almost think that the spread just doesn't matter at this point. Holy crap, what does Quilladin do? Quilladin. Woodhammer does 70. Plus 20, that's 90. It does do a little damage to itself, 10 damage to itself. Okay. Can't say that I've ever seen a Quilladin attack before. It's the first time for everything. Oh, and we see the Zebstrika is prized for cold. No wonder he's not finding it. Yeah. And that is one of the weaknesses of the Lightning deck. When you prize that Zebra, you feel it. As the deck just really can't draw cards without it. You need to be sprinting through your deck, discarding cards, drawing 4. The sprint goes really well with the Dynamotor ability, since Dynamotor accelerates lightning energy from the discard pile to your bench Pokemon. Being able to sprint those lightning energy into the discard pile is very good. And that has always been kind of the Lightning deck's kryptonite, is prizing that Zebstrika. Early Lightning decks used to play the Electrode from, is it Plasma Freeze? In addition to Zebstrika. Yes, it is Plasma Freeze. With the Magnetic Draw ability. That was kind of like some old tech. Used to play the Zebstrika and the Electrode, so if you like prized one, you could get the other. And then, as lists continued to kind of get refined and min-maxed and stuff like that, lists just inevitably dropped the Electrode because it was just like a don't prize your Zebstrika type of situation. Pokemaniac Ryan asked on YouTube, any thoughts on how to take advantage of the hand matching ability Ampharos? Well, the hand matching ability Ampharos is a good card. It is. It doesn't really fit into what like the spread Lightning deck is trying to do, because the spread Lightning deck just really wants to like pile up damage on the opponent's bench Pokemon and take these sweeping multi-prize turns. But I can imagine the Ampharos being good in maybe a different style of Lightning deck that is trying to just do more damage to the active Pokemon. That's not really what Lightning does best right now, but it's not to say that it couldn't eventually be that way. Obviously, you've got the Disconnect Flaffy also. And the Disconnect Flaffy, you could access that with like memory energy, so you could be like item locking for a lot of damage. I think there's also like a Zebstrika that item locks. There's also a Luxio that item locks. So there are Lightning guys that like item lock, right? But do you really want to be playing an item locking Zebstrika when you're not going to be able to play the Lost Thunder Zebstrika? Do you really want to be playing the item locking Flaffy when you're not going to be playing the Dynamotor Flaffy? So I think like the Ampharos could be good as a one-hit KO option for Lightning deck. I mean, the Lightning deck doesn't really have a lot of guys that can just hit for like 200 damage, and the Ampharos can. So, you know, I think it's fine for that. I mean, you could just slap it into a spread Lightning deck and just say like, well, now my spread deck Lightning deck can just do 200 if I want to, and that's not nothing. Now, Cole takes another knockout with Zapdos. Another piece that Lightning decks get, actually, they've got an excellent new card on the way from Pitch Black. They've got that new special Lightning Energy, which is like a really exciting addition to the Lightning card pool, to be honest. That buffs your damage output by 20. That is very good. Or we've already got Speed Lightning Energy. So having Voltaic Lightning Energy in addition to Speed Lightning Energy, now you've got like two really good lightning energy to find off of Guzma Hala. So I think that is a great buff to lightning. And will obviously be an inclusion in lightning builds. Michael's only got 2 prizes left. Force of Vitality in play now. Growing Grass Energy onto the Tropius. It's looking like we're going to see a rally back. Taking Michael down to just 1 prize remaining. To Cole's 3. Or not a rally back. No, excuse me. That is a Torterra Evo Press. And Cole does finally find Zebstrika. Off the prizes. That really hurts. Having that card prized for so long. Cole also dead drew for just a handful of turns after his initial Tate and Liza. So he's had a really rough go of it. I don't know that there's anything that Cole can do to come back from this position that he's in. Guzma up Cherim. There's, 3 evolution Pokemon in play? So we see Cole is just trying to stall for time, but Lana's Aid will get Pair of Energy, allow Michael to retreat for the win. So Michael going to punch that dub, advance to 3-1. While Cole will fall to 2-2 with the Lightning Spread deck. Congrats to Michael on the win. We now have 1 round remaining here at Gym Leader Challenge League Night. Who is going to take the win? Night Pulse TCG over on Twitch says, just got into GLC, hoping the next round is a dark deck. Need the inspo. Oh, baby. I'll have to get another Gym Leader Challenge tabletop stream planned where I can show off all my latest lists. I definitely, I like my dark deck. My dark deck is, I think it's pretty good, to be honest. It's kind of sick. It's certainly doing something. I've beaten the fighting deck with it. I've beaten decks with it. Like, it's won games. And it's like a very rough version of my of the dark deck. Like, I'm kind of just in the process of figuring it out. I don't know if I took a picture of it. A lot of times I'll be stingy with posting my deck list because I'm not happy with where it's at yet. I'll like not be happy with where it's at, and then I'll be like, well, I don't want to post it because I don't want to be like, I don't want anyone to be like, oh, well, this is Tricky Jim's dark deck and it sucks. So like I only post lists that I'm like proud of. Like, and it just so happens I'm a pretty vicious critic of my own decks. So the outcome there is that I don't always post lists when I probably should. I'll be like, oh yeah, I can't post that dark deck yet. It's not done yet. Oh yeah, here's my dark deck. I did post it in Tricky Jim lists. That's because it's freaking sick. Look at this thing. All right, dark. So this is what we got. We got the Crobat. Crobat, nighttime maneuvers, can stack your own deck. Yep. You got Liepard. With Liepard and Crobat, you stack your deck with Crobat, use Liepard to draw into it. Broken. You've got Galarian Wheezing. Can shut down everything. Turn 1. Ascension, Galarian Wheezing. You know who else can shut down everything? Sableye. Sableye's got the limitation attack, which makes it so your opponent can't play any supporters from their hand next turn. That's actually really good. I think if you want to play the Tyranitar, I think you kind of low-key have to play the Sableye, because what the Sableye does is it allows you to create this kind of like combo play where you stack your deck with Crobat preparing for next turn, and your opponent can't like Marnie you, right? They can't Marnie you out of it. They can't N you out of it. They can't Iono you out of it, right? So like when you stack your deck, you are guaranteed, aside, unless your opponent plays like Reset Stamp or Red Card, like sure, okay. But like outside of those situations, you are going to get to keep the combo next turn. So something that I found is like you make these plays in the mid game where you just promote Sableye and you use limitation because it guarantees your opponent won't use Marnie, Iono, and Guzma or Lysander, because you're like building something up on your bench, maybe a Guzzlord or like your Tyranitar or whatever, and you need your opponent to not play any of those cards. So you send up Sableye to like, it basically says, give me one more turn, right? And that's really good in the mid game. So I found myself using the Sableye not just in the early game to be like turn 1 going second, turn 1 limitation, like, yeah, good luck playing this game, right? Because you can just go turn 1 limitation, my opponent can't play supporters, and if they don't have a Pokemon that can knock out Sableye, like I'm just going to do that while I set up like an invincible board, right? You could just do that, or like I said in the mid game, you can use it for that. So it's really good for that. This Spiritomb is troll. You take that out. That I was thinking to myself that like maybe that Spiritomb would allow you to buy some time against decks. It doesn't really work as intended, so just take it out. Decks have too many ways to switch out of things. The Spiritomb is just not really good enough. So the Spiritomb can come out. Yveltal, though, is fine. It's got Derail, which discards special energy. Can just be annoying. It's got Clutch. It's got Free Retreat. It's got 110 hit points. It's a great opener to get into a turn 1 Coughing or Ascension or a turn 1 Sableye. So it's like good for those things. Let's see. Right now I was playing the this guy. As long as this Pokemon's your active Pokemon, your opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. I like imagined in my mind, do you ever just let Grimsley rip randomly? Absolutely, Jesse. Yes, 100% you do. Sometimes, you know, if your deck is like small enough and if you don't have anything else going on, you'll just be like, let's just freaking go for it, you know? Like I might just hit the Tyranitar anyway. Yeah, sometimes you have to, for sure. And then Galarian Moltres is obviously incredible. In this deck, we are playing Luxcape. And the reason that we're playing Luxcape in this deck is because you can put it on your Tyranitar and make it so that Tyranitar can't be field blowered, right? Because Tyranitar's item locked with Daunting Gaze. So then you can put the Luxurious Cape on the Tyranitar and then like, he's got 290 hit points, item locks, can't be field blowered. Yo, that's beast eye chance. Yo, that's sick. Did you win last week? Eye chance, are you the one that won with grass last week and then won with dark 2 weeks ago? That's awesome. Yo, congratulations. Yeah, like I said, this was just my first draft list. But I think that there's like something here though, for sure. There is something here. It's I felt pretty good playing this. And I think it just needs like a little bit more refining. But yeah, there's something here. Because Tyranitar is like obviously insane. Guzzlord is insane. Moltres is insane. Liepard and Crobat, that's an engine. Galarian Weezing's insane. I mean, there's a lot of really good cards here. Jesse says, I just assembled my Secret Lab Titan Evo chair. This thing is a tank. Yo, that's hype. That's hype. Yeah, there's stuff going on here. Clara is obviously really good. You can bring back Moltres. Where's the list that you played, iChance? I'd like to compare it. This one I posted, what, 5? In May 1st? Oh, it's in the GLC gyms in the Discord? Cool, hype. Darkness Gym. Here we are. All right. So yeah, you've got, say, like, honestly, either Eviltal is fine. I think they're both kind of like doing the same thing, right? You've got Clutch or you've got Derail. They both have free retreat. Yeah. Like that one might be better. I don't know. Kind of back and forth. I would cut Spiritomb for this. I agree with that cut. I think that that's really good. So I like that. This guy is like cool. Torment is good. Deceit is good. Both of them are good. So sure. Yeah. Cut Spiritomb for that thing. The rest of the cast is still here. You don't have Guzzlord? Holy cow. No Guzzlord? No Guzzlord? That's crazy. You're playing Reversal Energy. You got Lieutenant Surge's Strategy. Gladian. Max Potion's pretty cool. Academy and Knight. That's beast. No Guzzlord, though. Guzzlord, that card is good. But then, you know, Guzzlord does require that you play TM Turbo Energize. It takes up spots, but Guzzlord is really good. For sure, right? So I don't know. But I see where you're going there. There's something there, like I said. There's definitely something there for the Dark deck. I've been saying I think Dark is like one card away from like kind of being it. You're going 4 or 5 prizes with T-Tar? That's crazy. And if you're just saying, like, it's going to happen every single game, right? Like, I'm going to Tyranitar every single game. I just don't know that you can reliably say I'm going to Tyranitar every single game, right? Like, what if Guzzlord would have just been better? Like, so here's my counter argument, right? My counter argument is Guzzlord, like, sometimes Guzzlord might just win you the game, right? Sometimes going turn 1 TM Turbo Energize and like getting a quick Guzzlord, sometimes that just wins you the game. And then sometimes like going through all the Wombo combos and getting Tyranitar will win you the game. I don't know. I feel like just having like, isn't it nice to have like a different way to kind of win, you know? This guy, I'm like really soft on this guy. I don't think that Spiritomb is good unless you're really like leaning into it. I think he's kind of like I mean, he's so just like kind of okay, right? Yeah, like this guy, like he's not good. That's what I'm saying. Like yeah. So like that card can go for sure. But you've already got 6 basic energy and counter energy. So like, and there's one card there that doesn't need to be there. So see how close you are to a Guzzlord? Trainer's Mail, that card is basically blank. You don't have to play that. Trainer's Mail, I've never seen a faker card in my life than Trainer's Mail. What's Trainer's Mail getting? I don't know. Something random off the top 4. It's usually something you don't need. So that's a card you don't need in the deck for sure. I have grown incredibly soft on Trainer's Mail over the years. It seems so good in theory in your mind. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to piece the combo together with Trainer's Mail. And then you like play it and you're like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Would rather it be like anything else. And it just keeps happening like too many times with Trainer's Mail. For me. For me to be like consistently locked on it. I think there are just better cards to play other than Trainer's Mail. Chip Ritchie's always getting the perfect card off of it. Yeah, I don't know about that, Chip. I don't know about all that. God, for me, it's like if I'm playing dark, I gotta have the Glizzy in there, dude. Guzzlord is so good. Crobat's a pretty good attacker, too. I mean, 80 damage is not bad. Can hit in a pinch. Yeah, but sometimes sometimes Tyranitar, sometimes the Tyranitar play is not happening, right? Now, it happens a good amount, but sometimes it doesn't. Like, sometimes I feel like you need the deck to do other stuff. Is T-Tar plus Weezing good? Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Like I said, in all the games I've played with this list, like, it's felt solid. And then we had iChance went 5-0 at a Turbo Blaze tournament with it, right? Beat Fighting? Beast Mode. Beat an RDT deck. That's right. That's freaking right. You could beat Fighting. You definitely can beat Fighting. Tyranitar's not even weak. Counter reversal, just go down 3. Yeah, listen. I'm into it. I'm into the concept of Tyranitar for sure. I think it is one of the strongest cards in GLC entirely. But no Guzzlord, man. Which Crobat is the best? It's this Crobat. It's not even close. There were people like fighting about this Crobat and saying it was bad. Like, no, it's still good. It's still really good. You like have to play it. And you've got the Golbat that draws too. Yeah, Deceit is good. I definitely like this card in here. That card is really good. The Surge, I could see it. I could see it. But I still think that there's room. What I'm arguing, Chance, is that there's room for Guzzlord in here. That's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that there's room for Guzzlord. We could fit a Guzzlord in here, I swear. There's cards in here we don't need. You definitely don't need this thing. And you definitely don't need Trainer's Mail. That's 2 cards right there. And Max Potion is interesting. Under item log, I mean, the thing is, Tyranitar is just going to probably sweep under. Like, inflicting that item lock is so crazy. More heals? Surely you don't need more heals. This is already too many heals. You got Malamilon and Max Potion. That's plenty of heals. Plenty. You don't need more. More, that's crazy. Listen, Tyranitar is just going to tear your opponent apart. More heals. Then you're just going to open a handful of heals. Trainer's Mail's another out to the Crobat card. I know that, but still. Rather play freaking trekking shoes. Acrobike or something. Is Lieutenant Surge good or is it meh? It depends on the deck entirely. But anyways, iChance, congratulations. You're obviously tearing it up over in the Turbo A's tournaments. The grass deck and the dark deck win. Very impressive. Very impressive indeed. For those of you that don't have a Gym Leader Challenge League local to you, Turbo Blaze is always running webcam tournaments. You can check those out in the Turbo Blaze Discord. They run them through Limitless. You're going with fire tomorrow? Godspeed. Final round is upon us, folks. Round number 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And is it Mr. Alex Carpenter looking to put this thing to bed? No. Alex Carpenter is 3-1. This is Mason. Looking like Mason could just be the winner. Mason is 4-0. Alex Carpenter is 3-1. So Alex needs to beat Mason and then win on resistance, which he could do. As there's only one undefeated tonight, and it is Mason. Here we go, folks. Our 5th and final round of Gym Leader Challenge League Nights is upon us. Cart Play and Metal. God, I love this deck. Ah, yes, dude. Yes. Arch Nemesis. Let's freaking go. Mason should have plenty of answers to the Archaludon, though. Oops, I got Mason's record wrong. Mason is 4-0, folks. Mason should have plenty of answers to... Oh, is it the Heatran build? What the... That's cool. But yeah, Mason should have plenty of answers to Archaludon if Alex is playing Archaludon. Because Mason is playing the Dinosaurs deck. And by dinosaurs, I mean dinosaur. This is Tyrantrum. Mason's got Tyrantrum and company in the list to wreak havoc on the opponents. And it looks like, yes, Alex Carpenter is playing a version of John Patterson's recent medal list. As I see the Metal Core Barrier in Alex Carpenter's hand. Metal Core Barrier is a card I had been talking to John Patterson about as, like, listen, there's not a lot of our locals that are, like, really into brewing with metal, but me and John Patterson are two of them, okay? I, like, really love the metal deck, and so does John Patterson. So, like, me and John have spent a lot of time talking about metal. Metal Core Barrier is a really cool card. It's just a tool card that, like, decreases the damage that you take on your metal Pokemon by, like, 70. It's pretty crazy. But it does get discarded after the turn you use it. But to be honest, like, usually that's just all you really need is one turn. And it either gets field blowered or it doesn't. Now Mason opening the Binacle again. It's a great opener for this fighting deck as it's got the double draw attack. Just a big research there. Having to discard some good cards. That is kind of an ugly research. Or should I say Professor Sycamore. We see Mason playing the full art Sycamore. Discard your hand, draw 7. A lot of players have started cutting Professor's Research and Sycamore from their decks because of the costly discards, especially with a card like Lily's Determination in the formats, which can give you that explosive early draw without the cost of having to discard your hand. It's just going to be a turn 1 double draw from Mason. It's not able to get anything else going. Let's see what Carpenter has. I know Carpenter's got a Lily's Determination in hand himself. Could use that to spring up to an 8-card hand. Weighing, I think, whether to attach that fire to the Zamazenta. Decides ultimately to do so. And I think that's fine. Gives you the option to retreat into Jirachi if you wish. If you Stellar Wish, as Jirachi would be able to Stellar Wish, look for a trainer card off the top 5, put it into the hand. Could help Alex to maybe set up that Revavroom. Revavroom with the Rumbling Engine ability really gets this deck going. Also, if Alex's hand is good enough, you could just say, I'm going to hold the fire and the metal on the Zamazenta and wait to maybe do 100 damage next turn. If you get a Galarian Meowth down, maybe you'll be doing 120 damage with Retaliates. Floatstone, though, gives you the best of both worlds. Now Alex can just retreat into Jirachi, activate Stellar Wish. See what he finds. Iono so far. Oh, is he playing Iron Defender? You've got to be kidding me. That is troll. No way are we playing Metal Core Barrier and Iron Defender. Iron Defender, I mean, I guess. Just an item card that makes it so that your metal Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks. There are certainly some turns where Iron Defender, I think, can fix math. Notably, I'm imagining Iron Defender being played on a turn you attack with Zamazenta. Zamazenta has already got the Metal Shield ability, which decreases the damage it takes by 30. And then if you play Metal Defender on that turn as well, I mean, that is minus 60 damage, putting Zamazenta at 190 effective hit points that cannot be field blowered, right? Pokegear from Mason. Random Receiver in the list. Interesting find. Random Receiver, not a card that we see a lot of these days. In Gym Leader Challenge lists, we see Mason's also playing Trainer's Mails. Lots of items in Mason's lists. One of these like turbo style items. Mason does get Soul Rock out of the deck. And then can Lunar Cycle draw some more cards. After he's done shuffling. Doesn't have like a real attacker established yet. Soul Rock could take the knockouts. Ooh, and immediately slams the Karina. Does find Air Balloon too. So just like that, off of the Lunar Cycle, Mason is cooking now. As he can Karina, maybe go establish the Barbaracle. And Hisuian Heavy Ball is what he wants. Wow. Is this going to be in Ogie Dogie? Is Ogie Dogie in the prizes? There he is. Ogie Dogie off the prizes with Hisuian Heavy Ball. You could see how quickly Mason slammed that Karina. He knew exactly what he was going for. He says, I am going for Ogie Dogie. And then he ripped the Air Balloon too, so he can move this Barbaracle out of the active spot. And if he's got Fighting Energy and a Rainbow in hand, he can power up the Ogie Dogie in just a single turn. And there it is, Unit Energy, Barbaracle. Gonna take the knockout with Soul Rock. I really like this play from Mason, taking the knockout on the Jirachi with Soul Rock instead of the Ogie Dogie. Really no reason to go in with the Ogie Dogie this turn, with the Zamazenta sitting right there. Wait, Iron Defender was played? No, Mason, no! No, Mason! No! 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 Alex played his Iron Defender. Wait. It ignores weakness and resistance, but not all effects. Soul Rock. So, no, it doesn't go through Iron Defender. No, Mason. All right. So, in this exact situation, maybe Mason should have gone with the Ogie Dogie. Insane. Yes. Now, I missed it too, so easy to see how Mason missed it. I missed the Iron Defender also. I just didn't see Alex play it. Obviously, I can't hear Alex, so I didn't hear him say it. I didn't see him flick it to the discard pile, so yeah, Iron Defender. We were talking about it, and I saw it in his hand. Didn't notice he had played it. Yeah, it makes it so that metal Pokemon take 30 less damage. And would you look at that? Playing the escape board. Good on you, Alex. He even left it next to the Jirachi. Man, I really was not looking, dude. I was not paying attention. And Marnie. Put both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Alex could find an energy and use the TM Turbo Energize. He'd also want to find another like basic Pokemon to accelerate to, though. Yeah, wow. These cards off of Mason's Marnie hand are not good. They are very not good. Ain't that just how it goes with fighting sometimes? Yeah, these are some stinkers. Carpenter eyeing up an Ultra Ball. And it's going to play it, discarding Quick Ball and Glaring Meowth. And yeah, is valuing that Revavroom. Revavroom is the engine of the deck. Keeps things chugging along with its rumbling engine ability. But does Alex have anything else in hand? Don't know that I saw an energy. If you have an energy, that's great. You can rumbling engine, fill the hands. Love to see it. I think it's no, just a retreat to Iron Crown pass, because his hand is not very good. Needs to keep this Jirachi alive. Off the top, it's a trainer's mail. All right, Mason, prove me wrong. All right, trainer's mail's okay. Gonna take Professor's Letter. But imagine if that was just a supporter card, right? I mean, it could just be a support. It could have just been a supporter card. You got bailed out with trainer's mail this time, Mason. Maybe this time. I think in my fighting deck, I've got like Skyla in there for these kinds of situations. Which kind of is the same function, right? Is like I just am drawing cards with Soul Rock, and I just kind of need to hand select exactly what I want out of the deck. No, I'm still a trainer's mail hater. I'm gonna, dude, to my grave. No way. Now that card's good when you can play 4 of them. Sure. Yeah, back when you could play 4 trainer's mail, that is good. But in a singleton Gym Leader Challenge deck, absolutely not. Trainer's mail is getting random crap way too much. Like random crap you didn't need. That's what trainer's mail does. Yeah, Trainer's Mail is like the fakest card in GLC. For sure. It did bail Mason out there. I'll give it to him. Bails Mason out. But I prefer a card that, like, you know, if you see like a Skyla turn 1, that's a Battle VIP pass to go get your rocks. Like you see a Trainer's Mail turn 1, dude, your deck has been unthinned. It could literally just find you the biggest garbage ever. It's only 4 cards, and then you like lose. Which is the experience that I was having with the card. Because I definitely had it in early builds of my deck, for sure. What about Pokegear? I ended up cutting Pokegear too. Same reason. Pokegear I like more than Mail because it does let you see 7, which is more than 4. But still, I would just rather put, like, I ended up asking myself every time I play Pokegear, like, what am I trying to, like, actually find? Like, would I rather just have a guarantee there? And the answer is always yes. Every time I play Pokegear and every time I play Trainer's Mail, I usually ask myself, would I rather just have a guarantee search effect? And the answer is almost always yes. So I don't really subscribe to like, oh, well, Pokegear gives you another out to Guzmahala. Like, I mean, like, okay. Not a lot, really. Like, I see it, but not like terribly significantly. But I do think that Pokegear is better than Trainer's Mail. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think more supporters is usually just very good. Now, if you're playing like a turbo deck, I guess. But still, I don't even believe in turbo decks, dude. I got a nice stretcher. Get that Galarian Meowth down with the Galarian Meowth. Can eventually get Galarian Berserker, allow you to do a little bit more damage. I think that this Zamazenta is just short, right? 220. Yeah, get out the dice. Do I like Badoo and Grass? Love Badoo and Grass. Heck yeah. I love cards that disrupt the opponent early on. Yes. So, like, I love Galarian Weezing in Dark. I love Sableye with the limitation attack in Dark. I love Badoo in Grass. I love cards like that. I honestly love Wobbuffet too, but, like, the thing about Psychic is that you just probably don't need it right now because Psychic is such a large share of the meta. But if it wasn't, then Wobbuffet would be seeing a lot more play. But, like, Wobbuffet is probably, it's just a really good card that, like, Psychic decks could play, but they just don't really need it right now, which is insane because every other type would play Wobbuffet. Every other type, if you had Wobbuffet, you'd play it. But, like, Psychic's card pool is so deep and so good that, like, you don't actually have to play that card. And the fact that Wobbuffet doesn't work against other Psychic decks. You wouldn't play it in fighting? Well, it depends on what kind of fighting deck you want to play. There are fighting decks that would play it. But, yeah, most fighting decks are probably not playing it. I don't know. I probably would play it in fighting, to be honest. I only got like 3 Pokemon in there. Yeah, fighting play percent is very high. That's true. But imagine being able to promote like a Wobbuffet in fighting against Psychic, right? You know what I mean? Like, so really think about it. Like, imagine if you, as the fighting deck, had the option to ability lock the Psychic deck. I mean, that would be pretty good. I don't know. Wobbuffet's a very good card. But it's a card that I respect. It's an effect that I really respect, but is tough. Now, there is the Cryogonal, which item locks in water. I don't like that in water. And the reason I don't like it is because the way that I like building water, the Hydro Pump decks, you just, well, I mean, let's not even get started on the fact that I cut Basculin for my water deck. The reason I cut Basculin for my water deck is because half your guys got a retreat cost of like 3. So you're never even getting into the Basculin that often. Like, to be honest, it's just okay. And with like cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, your basic search is just higher than it's ever been. So I don't think the Basculin is needed anymore in the water deck because you've got ample basic search now, especially with Buddy Buddy Poffin. You got guys like Wishy Washy and Whalmer and just big guys that you can't retreat easily into Basculin anyways. And then Basculin's also terrible to have on the bench if it like gets gusted around or if your opponent avoids knocking out the Basculin, it's like terrible, right? And I'm usually not playing Basculegion. So, and, you know, I'm not playing Guzma Hala to go get my Floatstone in my water decks either. So I don't really like playing guys that, you know, I'm like, oh, I have to get this guy in the active turn 1 of my water deck. I feel like it's better just to play high consistency cards, rely on those Octilleries, your Intellions, that kind of stuff. And just move that way. Oh, yeah, and freaking, dude, Kyogre also has like a retreat cost of 3, right? So you have Kyogre, who's fat. You've got Wishy Washy's fat. Whalmer's fat. That's like a huge chunk of your deck you cannot retreat. I feel like, well, the thing is about Cryogonals, like, you just have to build your deck to be able to get the early Cryogonal. You have to build your deck that way, right? But Hydro Pump isn't built that way, the way that we have it right now. So I'm not playing those cards. I'm not playing the cards where you, like, really want to get them into the active turn 1, because I'm not playing a lot of ways to get a specific guy into the active turn 1, right? No, the thing about the water deck is you just want, you like want a fat guy in the active, like Wishy Washy or something, to just, like, if you opened one of your fat guys, great. Just let them hang out there until you you set up Excalibur, and then you just start cooking. That's all you really need to do. Yeah, water has a ton of options to switch. So, like, you could play those options. You've got Switch Raft. You've got the new stadium, right? You've got all those, but, like, you have to build your deck to utilize them, right? That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, you have to build your deck. So, like, there are builds of water that could utilize high switch counts that could do that, right? Just not the water builds that I usually have built. Anyways, we got a game going on. This Ogie Dogie did not get knocked out by Alex Carpenter's Zamazenta. That, I feel like, is going to be the crux of this matchup. The fact that Ogie Dogie was able to go 2 for 1. I mean, now, Mason has not really been able to establish anything else, though. That's the crazy thing. Like, you really want to have something else going on? But Mason does have the Barbaracle set up. So with Barbaracle, you could very easily spring into a new attacker after the Ogie Dogie inevitably goes down. And here we got Alex Carpenter coming up. This is an interesting attack. Heatran gonna finish this thing off with the, what the frick is it? I don't even have Heatran on my overlay anymore. Dang, dude. Heatran's washed, low-key. The Guard Claw. Guard Claw. I did not have Guard Claw queued up in my mind, to be honest. Yeah. So went in with the Guard Claw to take the knockout with Metal Core Barrier. Okay, so with Guard Claw, Heatran's taking 30 less damage from attacks. And then with Metal Core Barrier, it's 70 less damage from attacks. So that's 100 less damage from attacks, plus a base 140 hit points. That is an effective 240 hit point. Heatran. Okay. That is significance. Got a good question from the one Joel on YouTube. How do I evaluate a card like Battle VIP Pass? You hate the idea of a card that's completely dead after turn 1. Think of it like this. I did not like originally coming in and playing Battle VIP Pass either, but I have come around to it in certain decks. Not every deck. I don't think every deck is a Battle VIP Pass deck, but I do think that many decks can utilize it effectively. And this is my kind of summation of it. Back in the early days of Gym Leader Challenge, we used to play cards like Bridget and Gloria, sometimes Sonya, sometimes Clavel, to like get your basic Pokemon out of the deck, right? Those are supporter cards. They're supporter cards that you couldn't play on the first turn of the game going first, and they were most valuable on turn 1 of the game going second. And then every turn after turn 1 of the game going second, they got exponentially worse. And even though they were playable at the end of the game, they were usually dead or like not good by then. We've gotten to the point in Gym Leader Challenge decks where imagine playing your Battle VIP Pass is like playing a Gloria in your deck. But it's like a card that you can play going first. It's almost like a supporter that you can play going first, right? That can get your basic Pokemon out of the deck. Or you can play it going second. And going second, you have access to any of your item searching cards in your deck. So if you're playing a fighting deck, for instance, that's the reason that I put Skyla in my fighting deck, because my fighting deck has Karina, Arven, and Skyla. Those are 3, and it has Battle VIP Pass. So that's 4 outs in my deck to a turn 1 Battle VIP Pass, which is pretty high when you think of it that way, right? And then I also might open it going first. And then it is the only card in the format that allows you to go get both of your rocks as an item card, right? So it's kind of valuable for that. Now, if you're playing a deck that has a lot of item search or has a lot of cards that can find items, Battle VIP Pass is going to be the kind of card that you can consider in those decks. I mean, some Psychic decks will play it because you can use Mew with Mysterious Tail to go find it. I don't think you really need to play it in Psychic because Psychic just has so many other search cards like Fog Crystal and Mysterious Treasure, which kind of puts its search at a premium, so you don't need it. I would say that the deck that Battle VIP Pass belongs in the most right now is Fighting. And the reason is it gets both of your rocks, and it is searchable with Karina, which you're probably playing, and Arven, which you're probably playing, and in my case, Skyla, which I am playing, as I have 3 outs to it. Now, if I was playing a card like Trainer's Mail is not an out to a turn 1 Battle VIP Pass. Not consistently anyways, but Skyla is. So that was one of the reasons why I ended up picking Skyla, because Skyla also can get me that endgame reset stamp, like on the exact turn that I need it. If my opponent has a couple prizes left, I can go Skyla reset stamp. You know, usually you're drawing into everything else that you need with Lunar Cycle. So, opinions on the funny 400 hit point Executor? I think it's funny for sure. You could certainly play like a really big, fat, funny guy grass deck. You know, why not just put the Bramblegast in there too? Is this what Gym Leader Challenge format looks like? You betcha. I mean, this has been kind of a weird, slow game. If you want to see what Gym Leader Challenge format looks like, I stream League Night every Thursday for like 5 hours. You know, 4 or 5 hours every Thursday. So, you know, any of our VODs, it'll give you a good snapshot of what the format looks like. You can even scroll back in today's VOD and see some really good games. Is there something where you can find Gym Leader Challenge deck lists? Yes, gymleaderchallenge.com. It's got some great Gym Leader Challenge deck lists from all around the GLC community. Also, morsemakes.com has got all of our like winning deck lists from League Nights. If you click on the badges during the badge race, they'll usually take you to a deck list. Next chance I'll get to play? I'm not getting to play at the 3K. No, it's going to be a little while till I get to play, that's for sure. I'm on that content grind set, dude. Pumping out the content, baby. It's my job. If I don't make the content, who will? Speaking of content, if you're a late night stream enjoyer, which I suspect that you might be because you are in fact here, make sure to tune in tomorrow night. We've got the Pitch Black Midnight pre-release happening here at Full Grip Games tomorrow. Going to be streaming that, showing off the hits from the room. Players are going to open their bonus packs in front of the camera, show off all the hits. It's going to be a good time. Also, we'll get to see the pre-release decks play outs and the pre-release promos. That'll, of course, be happening tomorrow night at midnight. Here comes Terrakian. Big dog. Terrakian taking the knockouts on Heatran with the Retaliate attack. 130 damage. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn. Tight game, 3 to 4 prizes. But of course, there's Zamazenta with the Fighting Fury belts waiting. I'm thinking Alex Carpenter might be able to pull this one out. Time is not looking like it is going to be friendly to these players, as there's only 8 minutes left, and they've been not playing the fastest this game. Ordinary rod there from Alex. Artisan, go get another Pokemon out. Galarian Berserker is online now with that Steely Spirit ability. Going to be boosting damage by 20. And then Crispin for some energy acceleration. And it looks like this Crispin is just going to be an energy search for 1 metal. The fire no longer present in the deck. But with Bronzong to accelerate energy, it's probably all Alex needs. Bronzong's got the Metal Links. Yeah, just slap an energy. It's going to be capture to the Zamazenta. Metal Links. Energy from the discard pile. We got a Jirachi as well. Raihan off of the Stellar Wish. And then here comes Zamazenta. Big Retaliate knockout. Makuhita getting the promotes. Can Mason keep pace with this Fighting Fury belted Zamazenta? It's going to be the big question. May not have to. Let's see. Heave-Ho Catcher going to push up Revavroom, and then N. Going to set both players to 3 cards. N is not a very good draw card for Mason right now. Mason needs a lot. Doesn't have Soul Rock out either, so can't use that Lunar Cycle ability. Finds strong energy. Just going to go on to the Jaw Fossil. Yep, and then Mason just has to say, hope your hand sucks. But at this point, Alex Carpenter's deck is pretty thin. Yeah, Escape Rope, going to fix that right up. Mason sends up his Lunatone, and now Alex looking like he's really taking command of this game. And then Alex got the Stellar Wish. And should be able to just march to victory from here. Oh, the strong energy cannot go. Wow. Okay. It gets discarded, right? Am I watching the World Cup? Yes, I am. if you attend, no, like literally, hey Mason, you got to take the strong energy back to hand. It can't go to a colorless Pokemon. Yeah. And it's going to be an Iono from Alex. But Alex does have the knockout queued up with Zamazenta. Thanks to the Steely Spirit ability, Retaliates will take a knockout, doing 120 damage, even though it doesn't have the buff from a Pokemon getting knocked out. And Retaliates will take the KO. Only 2 minutes left on the clock, folks. So, man. Alex Carpenter kind of sniffing the fact that maybe this could be his chance to earn a 7th badge. Doesn't want to mess it up. Yeah, the Iron Defender turn certainly could have made a difference in this game. I think it did. Mason really weighing this Tarragon. Yeah, if Mason actually is able to, like, tie here, if Mason is just able to, like, Mason needs to stop playing for the win and just go for the tie, to be honest. Because then Mason just wins. Because he's 4-0. And there's only maybe 40 seconds left in regulation. You know, that is before stoppage time, of course. You know, we're going to have to see what the ref says, how much stoppage we're getting. It's a joke. Soccer joke. If Mason doesn't attack, time gets called. I imagine these guys will look up when the time is called. Okay, I think time is getting called right now. You see Natalie walking over. Alex is turn 0. Alex has to take 2 prizes over the course of the next 2 turns. Can he do it? Maybe he has like a bird keeper in hand or something. He's retreating into Jirachi. Could power up the Heatran. And then if he can switch, like bird keeper or something. Oh, Guzma will do it. Gonna draw first. Has Guzma. Mason also has a Guzma. So Mason will probably try to bring up something to stick it. We see Philippe is getting grabbed, though. And with Philippe, might be hard for Mason to stall that Bronzong. I'm thinking that that's probably Mason's best play to try and not lose at this point. So Alex uses Guzma to bring up the Jaw Fossil. Iron Hammer for the knockout. 1 prize left. Mason is turn 1. I think at this point, there's obviously no chance that Mason can win the game. The question is, can Mason not lose? And I don't think that that is an option. He'd have to disrupt the hands while also gusting. I don't think that the options are there. I think that this is going to be it. Mason's got nowhere to go. Tough with a 4-0 performance so far tonight. To lose this last one, put it in the hands of Resistance. And all Alex has to do is maybe Philippe attach an energy. If there are 3 in the discard pile, Guzma Hala for Floatstone will also do it. Or the Coating Metal energy. And there you go. Alex wins round number 5. The close game against Mason, who was undefeated up until this point. So it's all going to come down to Resistance to see which player ends up taking the win tonight. And I think that since time was called, probably going to have those results very shortly here. So that I can actually announce who wins. Usually it's like we got like 10, 20 minutes left in the round and I ain't waiting all that time when it's already 11 o'clock. But, you know, if results are getting ready to get posted, I think this is the last game. Everybody's waiting on this game to finish. And as soon as this game finishes, we will have our results. Basically have 1 turn left until the tournament is decided. I think from what I am hearing, it is not going to be Alex Carpenter with the win. Could be an upset. Could be someone else. And let's see who's the winner. It's Fran. Congratulations to Fran. Winning tonight. GG's, Fran. You could tell everybody cheered. Everybody was really excited that Alex did not win. Because he is the badge leader. So people really didn't want Alex Carpenter to get a 7th badge. Fran winning on Resistance. Bunch of 4-1s tonight. So it was going to come down to Resistance to see who wins. Fran getting it done with her fighting deck. That's going to do it for me tonight, folks. I'm out of here. Y'all have a wonderful night. And I'll be live tomorrow night for the Pitch Black pre-release here at Full Grip Games tomorrow night.